And he said, and then he did. Ooh. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh.
Actually didn't know if you shot me.
I think I got you once. Oh, listen to that.
Yeah, that one sucked.
Yes, Ari's even worse with that. He can do that with
I don't need actually automatic shotgun.
I can see.
I'm automatic shooter.
What? Silly!
You run into me!
I got disrespected!
To be honest, I grabbed it by mistake. I was trying to reload and I grabbed it and you ran into me.
Notice me, senpai!
I don't
Damn
have
it!
guns.
I come for you. Don't shoot me through the window!
Oh, fuck. Kids only have 2 guns. Through the window! Down the hole!
Bring out my second weapon.
The sweat is running down my balls. What? Ah, shit!
What? No, how are you still alive?
Oh, you fucker! That's sneaky of you. High five! Another one? Aw. What was that?
Yeah, people are way to try hard. We are playing it just for the fun.
Ooh, see,
Nice. That was a good one.
It's my first one. You broke my virginity.
Oh no. This game have the unfortunate Counter-Strike syndrome, you know? A lot of people raging and...
Somebody got shot there.
No, he hit me. He hit my dick on the way over. Oh, early. I'm a sussy backer. I get sus and they... Not good. Let's do it again. Continue easy difficulty? Hell no! What do you look like? A sussy backer? Oh, it's a very bad place to put it down. Now that I think of it. Oops. Oh, oops. Indeed. Oh no, it didn't give me everything back. Am I under arrest? No.
Oh my god.
I got it! Get it, Mikey! Get it!
Please go! Don't touch me now! No! Oh no! Shit! How to become number 1? You need to eliminate the current number 1. It's simple. We kill Mario. Oh, dude. To tell the truth, I'm actually a virgin. The music. Why the music? Oh, you know what? I learned something today. I learned something today, guys. Always cover your noodles before you go out in the streets, or else you'll get arrested. Because it's nasty and no one will want to see a soggy biscuit. Especially this guy. One sec. Aim your guns away from me. That was quick. Teamwork, alright.
There's a car right here.
See him. See him.
He's in the bushes. You see him? Kill him.
Yeah, we'll kill. He's a big dude too. He's a stage max, I think. Attack! Hello and welcome back in. We're doing another art stream today. Cheeky little stream outside of our normal schedule. Let's turn that music down a little bit. I kind of gotten the itch, as you can say, to do a little bit more of these hand-drawn animation stuff I've been working on for last week and a half, maybe. I can't remember. I don't really have too much time on my day-to-day life, so I thought, like, why not use the streaming it as an excuse to actually sit down to do it while I'm at home. Last time, let's see if I click the right screen here. Last time we were working on this wave animation where our character is waving. And I've been sitting back a little bit, as I did last time as well, and wondered where does it need fixing. So, as you can see here, the avatar has these hair locks doing this kind of a wave, right? And I kind of don't... I like the bottom part. I really like the bottom part of these. But I think the top is pushed too much out. So I'm going to take a little bit of time to more or less tighten them in a little bit, so they kind of take more space behind the character here. And then we're gonna add more here in the front, add some details, add a mouth, add a nose, add what else we would need. I think it also has a necklace, a choker of some kind as well. So I'm gonna add that thing in again. Hi Soul Reckless, welcome in. How are you doing today? Did you just wake up? It must be early for you, is it not? It must be like noon, I guess. No. It's morning, definitely morning over at yours. So, let's see here. I'm still learning the software. So I'm still a little bit hesitant of doing anything in this. I'm not, it's 10 AM, I've been off for 2 hours. Oh wow, I didn't wake up until late, but then again, I was up all night. Still in bed though, doing good. Good to know. As I was saying, we're gonna add some hair tuft in the front. It has these, let's see, can I click back here? It has these...
Good job!
Thank you for the follow. Let's see here. Still trying to learn the software, as said. So the clothing's gonna be here. I'm gonna just make a new layer here and call that hair front. So I think the character has these hair tuft coming up here, right? And it takes up a little bit of the vision. It's gonna be behind the eyes, so we're gonna fix that later. And it kind of has like these two colored hair, like this, like the Cruella de Vil style kind of hair. So the hair tuft is coming from the middle and gets split in two. So it's gonna be two colors we're gonna do here. Check out my form here. There we go. Not the best at all. Let's take this, actually I'm gonna reduce here and add a little bit of volume here. There we go. If I do get a little bit quiet, this is me trying to focus and think, and I'm not the best person to do both at the same time. If you know me by now, I'm very much into very being quiet when this happens. So there's going to be the half of the here, and then it's going to be folded into a second sequence here of the here. Well, it's like waving out from the side here. It's going to be longer further down because it's going to be on the side view a little bit. I do have a reference image here because this is not my avatar. This is a friend of mine's, KitKat's avatar, Katie. So I'm more or less just following the hairstyle here just to get the front of it, and then we're gonna go back and we're gonna fix up the side of the ponytails or the pigtails or whatever you would call it inside there. This is not gonna be here. We're gonna continue on one side. This goes down here. Just doing a rough sketch right now. So I can get like a bearing of it. So we're gonna have the hair coming out a little bit like this. Add the volume where I need to have it. And definitely some volume here needs in. Super liking this so far, but I'll get hang of it. It's more of a learning curve for me as well, because I'm not a drawer by trade. I tend to just sketch and doodle for the most part. See here. Volume. This could be something similar to this. I might actually changing it in the and move it out, squeeze it down a little bit, see what actually fits for a character. Might be a little bit messy, but yeah, just to get familiarized with the actual bangs of the character. But that's gonna be later. For now, we're gonna go back to the here and start over here. As I said, I'm gonna go in and clean up a little bit here, because it's just way too much puff to the side. I'm gonna come back at some point and work on the details, but for now we're just gonna get the rough sketch out. This exactly here is what I want changed. Undo a lot of that. Probably should do this in a different. Do that in a different layer. See here. As you can see the here right now, it's going. A little bit more to the side, like this. I don't really want that. I want it to kind of flow from the side of the inside, go down and out. A little bit more weight to it, and that's what we're having an issue with right now. Because I like the swing of it. I like the swing, but this part here is taking so much space. The hair feels like it has so much more volume that it needs to. Maybe better to start on the other side, maybe. Sure that we keep our nice curvature, the lines we have. I wasn't expecting me to take so long to do this, but I kind of want to do it, like, do it right the first time. Because we've been on this for like 2 streams now, and usually when I sit down this on my own, I tend to spend roughly like 6 to 12 hours on something very simple as this, but usually I find I don't like the pieces I do if I just spend so little time on it. So I kind of want to do this a little bit extra, you can call it. I'm just focusing on this area right here, the first frames we have. See here, this is what we want to get rid of, but this is what we want to keep. And we're gonna do the same here. Just keeping it in here. And what do you what time did you get to bed, by the way? Solar. I don't know what to call you really. Do you call yourself Solar or do you call yourself Eclipse? Because I got to bed like at 4 or 5 a.m. I had a late stream. I was playing Yakuza and I kind of just didn't want to go to bed yet. Trying to utilize my S-curves here a little bit. You don't want these to move too quickly, too fast, because there's going to be such a long space between them, and that's going to make it look choppy. Move this cute little line we have here. Yeah, I find that to be a lot better. It's just this volume we have up on the shoulder beginning. It's supposed to go in a straight line like this, right? There we go. Something here though. Like she has these hair braids in the back of her hair that looks like she has like some loops, and then it just continues into like a long braid, or just like less from a braid to like an open, just open hanging hair. Kind of like that style. Need to clean up this line here, the back here, but looking at just the wave of the hair, I like that a lot better than what we had. So I'm gonna go from the start again and fix up the hair ball, we can call it. To do that best, put on our onion skinning. Onion skinning is very, very hard to read right now. Is that something I can fix, do you think? Into View, Windows, Preferences we went to last time. I can't even remember where we went last time. There we go, preferences, Control U. And onion skin. Let's change this from 90. I think that's the reason why we have it like this. Change it to 30 and see what happens. Yeah, that's definitely clearer to see now. I think it's saved over because I remember changing it to 90 and then changing it back down. We don't want this to change too much, so I'm just gonna more or less just paint over where it is. This is following the hair, right? Just slowly increase in volume. Not too roughly. The head doesn't really move too much. This fine doesn't look perfect either. You can always fix that later. Currently what we want to do, we just want to make the rough lining look good. So you have something to work on later when we're doing our inking stage, you can call it. Even though we're never going to make it to the inking stage because the character doesn't actually have any outlines. You just have base color. Always good to know where your outlines are. See? That's a lot smoother and it follows the hair quite a bit too. When the hair goes to the left, the braid goes to the left too. Just clean off the roughness here. Cool. Let's start on the other side. We need onion skin for this? I don't think so, because we already have a base understanding of where it's supposed to be. Here, like the curve we have, but it's not gonna cut it, sadly. This anymore. Go from curve to a slight S curve as the here is coming out and starting to flick to the side. Like this. I think this is the furthest we're gonna have it out. I might even change that later, but you see here it goes from down here to all the way up here. We don't want that. Keep an onion layer on the previous frame here, and so we can have something to base it roughly up on. I like that curve. See here. Just smoothing that out a little bit. We can do then, we can take this, oh, this is not even the right frame, this is the one we need. This is where we ended up taking quite a rough time to get it done in time. So, it's back. This. This is also where the hang, you can call it, the weight of the here is gonna stop here. Like this. To come down earlier, I think. I'm just gonna take this whole piece out. I'm gonna try that again. It's better. Because on one side, right? The music is getting a little bit too extreme for me. There you go. Something a bit lighter. So on one side we have this curve here that goes in an S curve up like this. Goes from up to down. And the next part we have another S curve going the opposite way. Which means that in the middle here we need to have either an S curve that is lighter, like a quicker, bigger bend, because we're gonna have a whip here, right? Gonna go from down to up, right? We need to have something in the middle, and having just a straight line here doesn't really cut it. We still need to have our nice little curve on it. So the question is, which side should we curve it on? You could always keep just a curve down like this and then let it come up, which is what I'm thinking more of doing. So it's gonna start roughly here and in between here. This is a rough example. Let's test how that looks. I think the flick here is a little bit too extreme. Might actually have to curve. The curve is in. Try to curve this in a little bit more. Like this, see how that works. Kinda works. I kinda wanna remove this very drastic change. That's what we had to begin with too. So the best way is to have end start here. Probably what we had the S curve to begin with here, I think. Definitely not the correct spot for it.
Rar.
Rar. Hi Diva, how you doing today? How should we tackle this? I kind of want the Hi Zerg, how you doing? Having a lazy Sunday? Guess you can call this a lazy Sunday for me as well. Been in bed all day. It definitely is bad. You're doing great. Ran out of honey on toast, so I'm using maple syrup. That sounds very sugary for a dinner. Planning on getting Super Bowl drunk today, but allergies have returned. I'm drugged up at the moment. Oh man, is it Super Bowl time already? Wow, you Yanks, man. What kind of stuff do you watch when the Super Bowl is on? Do you watch football or do you watch anything else? Or is Super Bowl just football? The other kind of sports too. I think it's that right here. Here, it's hanging quite a bit over here already. And here, it already is in the point I wanted. I just want the hair tuft to start moving. So maybe it's better if I keep it similar to the previous sketch. And now we're gonna end up with the same problem we had before we started all of this. I used to watch the finals in basketball or the World Series in baseball. Yeah, I know you're quite a baseball fan, aren't you? You have a weird curve here that goes like this. And that's not a good curve. But we don't want... Can you get away with the C curve? No, we could not. Keep this curve and see what happens. Now we have the upper part we want. But we have this big of a change. Goes from this curve, from a curve like this. It's gonna make it flick very hard. But I don't hate it. I think we either need a frame in between or we need some of a smoothing. Love baseball. Yeah, you've been to how many baseball matches this year? Because every time I look onto the IRL pictures, I see you in baseball matches. I never understood baseball. Too many innings and outings and rounds I don't get. So if we... It's gonna seem weird to me. Move like this. That doesn't look good at all. In that case, I like this better. What do we do on the other side again? You know, with the same thing, it's actually working quite well. Because it's just this small bit that is moving, not a full piece of the tail. And here the full piece of the tail is moving. I'm gonna try keeping this, but I'm gonna, instead of using the front part, I'm gonna use the back part as a reference. Well, this part really works now. But the downside here doesn't work. That just might be me. You're watching it on television instead then? I think only 4 this year. That's still a lot though. You're only February. Doesn't like that at all. I think we need to have this curve that we had. Needs to be a curve that goes down. Round. I feel like he's hanging a little bit too much on this one frame, but I'm looking at it, maybe that's just why. It's also not as loosely drawn as the other ones. Oh. I don't like this curve, but if it works, right? What you have been up to this weekend? You said your allergies has been messing with you. Or Diva as well. Thing is, I'm still having issues with this. Keep pressing B when I should be pressing N instead of V. Just hold there for a second, keeping the same. There you go. Might have to change stuff like this up a little bit. It's better, it's way better than before. Because we don't get this this volume all the way out there. I still want to push it further in a little bit. Wish I had a lasso tool, really. Yeah, I think this could work. If we make this a little bit larger, I think, on the side. They both kind of seem like this here seems to be tangled in here, while this seems to be tangled up here. Arms are all rashed up. Ooh, no. Fun times. I luckily don't have any like issues with hay fever or stuff like that. I used to have it when I was living in Norway, but that was usually during the fall, when like it's like a pine kind of allergy. So, like when the pine needles start to get like pollinated and start to grow like new buds and stuff, it's usually closer to the fall rather than the spring. So around that time, I would like get breathing difficulties because of it, but I would never have like rashes and stuff. Sounds like a lot of problems. Is that something and like antihistamines can fix up, or is it something that you just have to live with? I think that with this side, when it's literally flinging to the left rather than the right, it's during a time where the arm is literally taking over all the attention in front of it, so you can barely see it actually moving to the left. You need to find a way to make that kind of more noticeable where we can. Then it starts swinging to the side again. This is where it becomes inwards. There we go. No, that definitely doesn't work. Solve that. This looks good because it moves out, right? While this, I think we need to focus on moving, because here it's literally supposed to be this side, and then more and more upwards. It only started happening in the past year, and I still don't know what I'm allergic to. Have you done like an allergy test or something? Or is that something you're able to do? I could go inwards here instead. Might be something in your house even. Like that a lot better. I think we need to push it out a little bit. There we go. Now, 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 So volume of the here is kind of lost now. I've lost something somewhere. Yeah, see here. So it's systematic reactions, meaning something I ate or drank, so not something I've come in contact with. Okay. Have you eaten something you usually don't eat recently? Screw it, I'm gonna keep what I had, which was working. We're trying to figure out that, but I can't really remember. You haven't actually been to like some fancy eating, some seafood, or even something that could have been gone bad? I'm just trying to think rationally what it could be. I'm not a doctor though, so don't quote me on anything I say. I think that's way better. Cause let's see here, because this is what we have now, right? Here, that, and let's get the original in. Because look at like right here. Look at the side of the here. Out. This is different from this. Because what you want to do with animation is try to simplify it as much as you can in as little frames as possible. Too much and it will look realistic, but you always want to keep a little bit cartoony of it. That's why you have like these big whooshes at the end, but you don't want these big waves on the top. It makes it look like your hair is going outwards and then in, instead of just going down, because you have weights, right? So it goes down and out, and instead of out and then in, out, in and out. That's definitely not what you want. Yeah, I think this looks a lot more subtle. I like it. Okay, now we get to the part where either we're gonna do the front of the hair. This is what I'm not looking forward to because I'm not the best at this. So looking at the references I have the references or the reference of the main picture of Katie, which is Kit Kat's original characters, not mine. I'm just making a wave animation of it. And we have a few other animations as well that Kit Kat made out of Katie. That gives me a little bit more reference to how we want hair to be. So the original image, you see that the hair is very much going up here. And I think this looks alright for this image, but for our animation, this might look a little bit weird to have like this pointy bit on the top. So I do like, for example, here that she keeps a smoother curve on the top. Here and here as well. And I think I'm going to stick with the curve rather than the pointy ear loop. So if you want to keep a curve, and now we'll have to figure out how tall will the hair be. And here I think it's going to be up here. Switch that to here, sketch, and it's going to come down and out. Most bits is going to come out around here. Middle section coming in here, so this is where the hair parts. Out a little bit of here, tuft here, and then it's going to come down. Have a massive lock here. Question is if this is going to be a part of this tuft or I don't think so. This is going to be it's a big hair and then we're going to add the little tuft later. Feel a little bit of a tuft here, I think. Do it the other way, not upwards, because it's that just seems weird. That. And put it further down, like here. This, on the other hand, is going to come out and then in a little bit. This part we have hanging down. It goes further down than the other lock, I think, too. Something is not looking correct here. Yeah, I think it's because this comes down here. We have another part of the hair coming here. Very smooth, tight group here. There's a little bit of a double cross. You see it in the reference here that she has this like double cross coming here. So she has like a cross from a main here that comes into contact with each other here, like a twist or overlapping. A neat thing, but I don't know how it would work too well. And what we want want to do with this tuft? Make that larger, you think? That. This is going to be one side, this is going to be the other, and then we're going to make these sway a little bit as well. So they're going to go from side to side, just like the previous. So going in with these as an example, here's going to go from one side to the other and then swing out. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy it in. A little bit of a change here and there. That's not how you copy stuff in. Let me make a copy. This part here is gonna sway to the one side, but I'm just doing a overlapping motion here first to keep motion of where it's supposed to be. You can come in afterwards and fix everything else up. First frame anymore. I want to keep it at the same place of where it's supposed to be. This is around where the hairs start to fall from one side to the other. It start falling back down again. Oh, it comes back up. This is where it comes back up, and it's supposed to keep the momentum from one side to the other. So I'm gonna keep it rotated a little bit to the other opposite side this time. This is most likely where we're gonna come into fruition that it's not gonna line up properly with the first frame, which is the biggest issue you have with looping animation, is that it needs to fit with your main frame. Frame. To side first. Here we want to know what's happened here. Like, this is very much like cookie cutter framing, and not always the best you can do. So I'm gonna move a little bit aside here. Now at least we know where our hair is supposed to be in terms of, like, it has a pivot point here, which I don't like. I should have had a pivot point up on the top, but we'll actually draw that in. Now we have a rough idea where we want the head to be. Creepy music. Let's change that. Going down where it should stay up a little bit. Up a little bit. Side and corner it a little bit. I guess we'll keep it like this for now, and then we'll kind of come back to it. So this is our sketch, right? We don't want our sketch. We want our sketch to be an underlain color. It's here. Can we? This. It actually keeps. It actually keeps this time. The last time we were doing this, we had issues with the onion skin not keeping opacity. Okay. Hair time. So in terms of the frame itself, the beginning frame is right before it goes down, so we want the hair to stay curved like this, and then as it comes down it starts to move. Oh, start to move a little bit. And here it's going to move very little, and it's going to start falling down again. We want the hair to go like this on one side, right? I'm thinking about around here. We kind of want to keep this motion, the hair going like flop flop. So I'm going to keep this as an example, and probably should do that with the other side as well, so I can know where I want it. So this will be the left, and then this will be the right. This side it's falling down, so it will be a slight S curve here as well. I'm gonna move as much as the other one because it's getting resistant hitting the head. This is where it starts to get its max velocity before coming back down again. So as you come out, this here is gonna definitely change. This is what we want, and then this will have side on the top. Moving the wrong direction because I'm working against my time here. Gonna have this tuft up here. This tuft up here is gonna move counterclockwise to what this is doing. gonna be somewhat like this, right? Yeah, trying to figure out what to do, and then we have, of course, the center of it. Come down here. I moved a little bit too far on this one. This is supposed where it's supposed to fall down, I think, so it's gonna be more or less like this. Not the best. So this is it's called OpenToonz, by the way. OpenToonz with a Z. So OpenToonz. If you check the name of the stream right now, if you see, check at the end, I did write the name down for anyone that's interested. It's a free software, so why not just pick it up and play around with it yourself? Not sponsored in any way, but the more people that know about it, the more people I can ask when I'm in trouble and need help. Yeah. Should we try this in practice then? See here. Should we'll keep each tuft to its own, and then we'll connect them later on. So I'm going to remove that. Start here. We already have a nice little indicator here for what we want. Here we want this to down a little bit, so we're just going to increase the curve on the here just a little bit. I don't really like when you keep the banks very all over the place. You're gonna have a lot of resistance there, and also there's gonna be maybe some product in the here. They're gonna keep it still a little bit. Also, it seems a little bit better when don't have as much in the yeah, why not, Diva? Learn to animate. Join me. Problem here, this is going to move quite a bit. See here. Is this no, we haven't come to max velocity yet. So gonna be a bit of a curve then. Not super happy about that, just because it seemed like it's more robotic. Hide the sketch. We'll try it first and then we'll sort out the positioning later. Just need our curvature sorted. Using the opaque here on the background as a reference for where it should probably go, but not as a this is where it's gonna be. This is more like idea of how much the hair is gonna move. The moment of no return. Lost some volume there. I don't like that. Keep the I'm checking the pink. Pink is my reference point, and the gray I need to also think of positioning on the face. Where is the curve coming from, and where's the difference between the part of the eyebrows? Do I want them to overlap the eyebrows a lot, or do I want to keep them somewhat similar? And then I need to think of the height here to see, is it moving too far up? Is it keeping its curve properly? Because the head does tilt. Then it goes up, but not as much as I've done here. And here we're gonna keep the here very much similar, or at least a couple frames before it starts moving again. I'm gonna try to keep in between these two because I don't like how much it moved in the like the sketch we did. It looked very robotic. Means that it looks like it was very much consistent. It didn't have any hanging time, any ease in or ease out. No life really, and that's only stuff we see in robots. Okay, if she was a robot, but she's not a robot. She's a wolf girl. Realizing that this is where we're gonna get our movement in. So here, I'm gonna start swaying from one side to the other now. Not much, of course, but a little bit. Of course, if you're interested in learning something like this, just have to say that animation is hard. There's a lot of things to think about. But if once you get into it, it makes you think of stuff differently. Let's change my approach here a little bit. Remember your arcs. Back up again. This is where the hair starts to like slow down. So now we need to get the hair to fall down. We want to keep this curve this way as long as possible instead of curving back this way, because it's falling and then it's start moving back again. So next frame is where it's probably gonna get back to its original curve. Here. Look weird. It snaps from one side to the other. I realized that as I was working. That I'm just ways off from where it's supposed to be. This is the start, the pink here. And our volume is definitely off. Let's get back to getting our volume fixed. Hi Pete, how you doing? Had a good Sunday? Show me the magic. The magic is right here. Tried to do a very creepy Bob Ross there, but I think I got my message through. I'm more creepy than Bob Ross. I'm not saying Bob Ross is not creepy, he's wonderful. You guys ever watch like The Joy of Painting with Bob Ross? So relaxing. I used to fall asleep to that. I think they have a Twitch channel where you can watch old Bob Ross stuff. Like in real time. It's only been like off a few times. Let's change this. We need to change a lot of stuff here actually. Russell, I watched him as a kid. Him and Wishbone, the crime fight. The Wishbone, the crime fighting Jack Russell. Wow, that's that sounds like an awesome show. Her head is moving quite a bit. I think it's someone's keeping steady there. There's some areas where I think they hear, like say for example here, here, needs to rotate and come up a little bit. What's the story of Fishbone? Yeah, like we had Lassie. I remember we had Lassie, and we had Skippy, like the kangaroo. We didn't have anything from our country, I think. Yeah, Skippy was this Australian version of Lassie. So is Skippy the what was it? Skippy was some. It was not a kangaroo. It was a Joey. It's a small kangaroo. I can't remember. I remember like the tune going Skippy, Skippy, something something, kangaroo or something like that. It's a wish version of Lassie. Oh no, I have no links. I'm sorry, Pete. Send it in Discord, I'll have a look at it. Go to the POG Discord and send it there. I think this works. I'm gonna actually on the same layer do all the different tuft. As you see here, this is my reference I made to see where the hair is supposed to like sway and when. And all I need to do now is just put it in there and have it like move with the head a little bit. I don't really like the movement of the head that much. I like it on the actual head itself, but the hair seems to be moving quite a bit with it, which makes it look like it's very animated, and we don't want to over animate anything. Let's you have this. Let's start here actually. If I like that. Too much of a curve. Yeah, that's more like it. That. This is one for my friend stream. Yes, it is for Kit Kat. It's gonna be a follow emote. I personally would have not spent as much time if it was for me. But I want to do it properly this time. I want to actually learn while I'm doing it, which is why it takes a little bit longer. Also, it's the first time I'm actually touching a proper animating software when it comes to 2D. Everything I've done previously has been Photoshop and its timeline, and that is terrible when you want to like frame by frame, because it's not a animating software by all means. That slowly giving it a fall to the left, so that's why you see stuff changing a little bit. I'm gonna go from an S curve to a J curve, then back to an S curve, and then back down. You should probably you could use a template for a change bodies. I could, yeah. That's what I did with mine. Give me 1 second here. I'll show the ones I have for my channel up here. These are the ones I did in Photoshop, so they are different. Let's open it. This is one of them. And then we have the reference. It's a reference to that one. There we go. Here's a reference. That's why I made mine into this. More or less just by copy over it and just adding the hoodie. A little bit sway here and so on. That's what I have as follow for me. I wanna redo mine at some point. We have another one. Reference. Small one. Here you go. Here's a reference for it. This, by all means, was something I did in a few hours, and you see here, especially for the ears, they don't go smoothly. The hair kind of a little bit smoothly, but I want more details in it. This is what I find is problematic with Photoshop, because you're not able to reuse your onion skin too much. That's why you see lines not aligning where they should be, and a little bit all over the place, especially on the side of the hoodie. So you need to be extra careful that if you're not using a frame-by-frame animation software like this, because here I can see what's in front of me and what's behind me. In Photoshop, you just have a regular layer panel, so it'll be problematic. Okay, so this one is where it's gonna be side. Go more of a curve now. This is going to be just a long skip away. It's not good. That was not a good line. So after this, it starts to... It's going to keep its velocity a little bit, and then it's going to come down. When it comes down, it's going to keep a little bit of a curve. Going up. It's going to curl and go back down. If that makes sense. My hands a lot doing this shape a lot, I realize, but that's just how it works. In magic, it's just physics, science, bitch. It's gonna go just down. Happy little curl. Oh no, I'm not liking that. Realizing it's not doing what it's supposed to. At all. So we get the curve. Gonna have the curl even further up. Actually, this is not why. It's not going to curl here. It's going to curl downwards here. What am I thinking of? Swish a little bit more here. This is just hideous. That. Where it's gonna start curving out again. Gonna keep the curve to one side for a little bit. We're gonna get another S curve, I think. Like that. Head pats. You give yourself a... How do you give yourself a, like a head pat? think you need to add someone if you're gonna do it, because what you're supposed to do is that you're supposed to give everyone a headpad if you just doing a pat. Maybe it's broken. You need to fix it. Fix it. Are you giving me stuff to do, Pete? Fall flat down again. Oh boy. I think that was from when I was doing like a Japanese candy tasting. I think. Yeah, I think so. Step back on these. I think we did something wrong here somewhere. Let's take a step back and we're gonna take a breather. Oh, I think this is correct. Something's definitely wrong. Gonna do what I tend to do in these situations and just start fresh, because at the moment I have overworked a little bit. Even though this takes longer, instead of trying to fix it, I'm just going to try to take a different approach to it. Sometimes that works, I find, because I really like how this looks, right? I really like how this looks, but I really need to figure out how to do that with what we got here. So I'm gonna start on the extreme pose, start here instead, and then I'm gonna work from one side to the other. So here is gonna be on its absolute extreme. Not gonna go further out than this afterwards. That's how far it's gonna be leaning to one side. like that, and then it's gonna start coming down. Usually what I would do in 3D, I would keep the head still, and then first do the head sway, and then the the head sway, and then I'll do the hair sway first, and then yeah, it's because there's so many components of it. Because you can think of this being the hair, right? So you have 3 main groups of the hair. You have here, and you have down here, and then you have a little small part up here as well. All of these going to swing differently. Also you have one here too, but that's not going to be too much of an issue. You're going to have all of them having to swing with the motion of your main anchor point, which is the hair, or the head, I mean. The head's going to go to the side, and you're going to have a follow through where you move the head, and then the anchor point on the hair is going to keep the same, but that's going to move the hair going out and in. So if you think like whipping your hair back and forth, that's how that momentum works. That's literally what we've been doing with the hair underneath. Every time the hair moves, you get like a bigger scale of movement as it comes down. Here actually, I think I'm gonna change this to a bigger curve. While still maintaining my volume. This is less because of how much work you need to do. It's just me having to think, and I cannot always envision how it's supposed to look until I see one iteration of how I think it would work, and then I see that this doesn't work, and I have to figure out what is the difference between what's making it work and what's making it fail right now. I'm gonna keep this moving less than this out here, but I don't think that's gonna be a good point either. The head doesn't move too much right here. This falls even further. Here's moving up, so we're going to start a little bit further up here. Start with an S curve now, while still leading to our main side. Onto similar here. And this as well starts to. be in a better spot. And I press B. Should also press B. I should change that. I can't press B. This is slowly starting to move down as well. There we go. Use all my brain cells for this to work. Gonna do something, right? Save because we haven't done that in ages. And now we're starting on the move. Where we start our first inlaid curve side of the hair. Follow the contour of the face a little bit before it gets dragged back in to here, roughly, I think. No. I think that's about there, yeah. About here. This as well is gonna have an inlaid curve on this way. Maybe not as big, maybe a little bit less here. There you go. Definitely not perfect. Sometimes I think I bite too much and I can chew, but it's just how it is sometimes, right? Just have to do it to practice it. But I'm not a brilliant drawer by any means, and this is like areas of those I can feel I would have had better if I knew a little bit more about drawing. Feel like this end here needs to be changed, because I'm losing length. So this here starts up here, and that means that it just sway down to about here when it's fully down. But it's keeping the same length for the most part. Especially here. I don't like that curve here. That needs to be fixed. Now it's too long. That's probably what the problem there was. So you need to like see here. Need to end around here. I'm getting like what we call ugly lines. Ugly lines is because I said before, you need your C lines, your J lines, your S curves, and then the J bottom, and then the another C. These are like smooth curves, like we have like smooth curve rather than having like a it's curving and then it goes flat and it comes down. So I'm trying just to smoothen up my lines a little bit, and I think You don't never want an organic material to be a straight line. Straight lines is something that is, what you say, like man-made. Like nothing in nature is straight unless like it has a straight line, unless it has some kind of machinery or specific type of metalness to it. Even then it would have some curve, even if you go even closer to it. I was just slapping his side of the face a little bit. Just tweaking and fixing and adjusting more than anything. I feel like here we need another frame in between. I like this. I'm gonna take this. Put it in here. I so wish I had a lasso too. Does this even have a lasso too? You need an afro wig. Oh man, could you imagine? I don't really do too much painting personally. I tried for a little bit to do a little bit of painting, but I kind of just neglected it in the end. Do more painting. Trying to clean up a little bit because the side here seems to have a big drop there. I don't want to have this. I feel like it's jittery here somewhere. This. Too much of a curve, but I like the placement of it. A bit too much of a curve here. Because this is the extreme point, and it seems to be going, instead of going from extreme point and down, it seemed to go from extreme point, then one up and down, which made it look like a little bit jittery. Still does a little bit. Now we just need to do that for every frame we have. Drastic line. There we go. I like this. Do you do any art, by the way, Pete? Or do you prefer to stay away from it? I used to prefer to stay away from it. Kind of got sucked in at some point. Can't remember what got me into it, really. To have a girlfriend back in the time that used to love drawing, and she kind of tried to teach me a little bit, and I just realized I was very, very poor at it. Then I ended up in 3D, and that's kind of an artistic thing. And at some point, some things just clicked a little bit more. I can't make things in my head look like stuff. I can make the things in my head look like stuff, so not really. Oh, I get that. Like, I have a vision of something and it's impossible to get that vision out. And you think like, oh, I could do this. I know exactly how I want it to look, and it still look like a stick man. That's why I think I'll have a hard time completing something. Make it into like a complete look. Even though this is less about, currently for me, it's less about knowing how to, it's more about keeping to the process. Find a way to, yeah, practice is one thing, of course you need to practice, but there's also a process you need to get into understanding, like this does this and this creates this. Like for me, for example, right now, this is very simple, right? But we start with this, and then we'll add another layer on top of it with more detail, and then another layer on top of that with finalizing details, and then you add color. It's just a layering process, and to me, in my brain, that's easier to stick by than, say, having to draw something cool and knowing exactly what I need to do in between that, because that's what I can't do for shit. You certainly have talent. I wouldn't say I have a skill, at least. I have a trained skill that I practice quite a bit. I wouldn't say that I'm nearly where I want to be. I think no one can say that. But I clearly have gotten better at knowing what to look for than I used to be. Because that's something that at least I used to have issues with. Like, I know how I want the end result to be, but I don't know how to get there. Now I kind of have like the theory in, at least, of how you're supposed to get there. I think that comes a little bit with my profession, you can say. Like, what you say is that if you're an artist, you should always, especially if you're a hand-drawn artist, you should always try to study at least once 3D, because that will help you get the fundamental perspective of fundamental perception of perspective. I think that's how the sentence should be built up. Because perspective is almost everything in art, especially when you're drawing characters. You need to know your fundamentals. You need to know where the perspective is. What's a cylinder? What's a shape? What's a sphere? What's a rectangle? And then work from that. For example, say for example you have a hand. You can't just draw a hand saying this is a hand and call it that, right? Even though this is something, at some prospect you can get away with that, but if you want a hand, you start with a square, you start with the thumb coming out, and then you work your way over to what is rounded, what's rounded again, then you start with your finger coming in, and then you need coming in like this, and then you need to know, like, here's shape in, this kind of circles in, this circles in, thumb comes out here. Suddenly you have a hand. Not a perfect hand, but it's definitely better than just going the straw hand and keep it like that. It's somewhat knowing what should be where is a square of say for example you have something from real life. You need to realize where, like, what does your hand look like? It looks like a box, right? It looks like a box. If you cut it off right here, this looks like a box. All that stuff like that you can learn from 3D. Stuff like that, a perspective you can learn from 3D as well. As soon as you get that in and get that hammered into your head, you can say, you're not perfect. Like I said, I need more drawing. I need more time to practice drawing, but I have, what I would say, somewhat of a fundamental concept of how to get away with drawing. I just don't know how to take what I know and put it into proper put it into action. I mean, you get there by learning. You get that by practicing. Like, for example, for me, what you see with like smooth lines. Say for example here, you know that the arm needs to keep the same shapes, length, and so on. Exactly, brings to fruition. You need to keep the volume of the hand. You need to keep the arc of where you are able to literally wave your hand. You need to know where to stretch, where to bend, what gets pushed up. Keep volume. That's what I'm saying always. Stuff like that I got to learn because I realized that was my issue with my first attempt of hand-drawn animation, at least. If you draw on one image, you don't need to always worry about stuff needs to be the same length all the time. Like, say for example here and here needs to be same size, right? And with this here as well, like you need to keep it at the same volume. You need to keep this part somewhat the same length and consistent, unless, for example, you're getting to stretch or something. And I'm not perfect at that either. You can see here some of my lines here, especially here, that it's starting to bulge up where it shouldn't. It's creating more volume. It goes back to being thin again. I said, like, you don't always see it. You don't always see it if it's moving so quickly. Let's see. This is more or less the same, but on the opposite side. This now to come down. Far though. Something's wrong here. Now this on the top here is getting less curved into the side and more back again, because it's losing its momentum because the head is slowing down. And now keep this. Even more to the side now. I tend to buy like a can of Pepsi on Fridays for me to enjoy when I'm drinking with my mates in VR, and I always end up not drinking as much as I think. I end up with so much of flat Pepsi that means I'm not gonna buy more Pepsi for the rest of the week. It's disgusting, but I need to get rid of it. I need like a soda stream so I can fizz it up back. I'll fizz it back up. So it's going to go down now. Is that too much? Probably is. what I'm trying to see there is that
Fry.
this last frame here. Hi Mickey, how you doing? I'm trying to see if that last frame here is not, especially since you start from frame 11 and jump back to frame 1. And because I cannot just jump straight from 11 to 1, I need to jump between them. I haven't found a way to jump from first to last. So I need to figure out, is this going to jump? Is it going to keep steady? Is it still keeping its position right? That's what I'm trying to say. How you doing, Mickey? How's your day? How's your Sunday? You're good? Well, good. It's weird to see you on sometimes, because you tend to always join my art streams, Mickey. Oddly enough. So you can criticize my art, I guess. Yo, bro, that's not how it's supposed to work. So what I have over here, by the way, this is my reference points, because I want the hair to move like this. And the problem here is that the head is not still. Yakuza and Pablo is my cup of... Yeah, I get that. Sometimes Yakuza is nice, but it's just a lot of story. You are here sometimes, you definitely are. I am going to take a break from Yakuza, at least for 1 or 2 games, once I'm done with that. I was hoping to get done with Yakuza on Monday, but so much grind to get the last things I need. I thought I'm finally done with the Majima construction thing, and suddenly, oh, it's one last one. And I thought, oh shit, I'm just gonna say fuck it and jump over to the cabaret, and then it's like, oh yeah, you completed the cabaret, but there's still one more cabaret you need to defeat. So I think I need to do another farm on Monday and not get done with it until next Saturday. But it does mean that I need to think of something else to play. I'm considering playing that Fallen Order, I think it's called, the Star Wars game. It seems like a fun game, and people say it's one of the best newer games in terms of Star Wars. And I've been very much nerding Star Wars recently, so that's something. And I need to find something else to play on Wednesday. You should come along for the Wednesdays then. I've been in a slump for the last 8 months. I just haven't had the really energy to do anything or focus or be social, as you might have figured. Yes, I do have that same problem a lot of times. I need to like zone down sometimes. You can see that sometimes it depends on the games I'm playing, or sometimes it depends on the days. It's harder to go online, but it's just as soon as I do it, sometimes it helps. Sometimes I come out and start. For example, today I didn't feel like today. So if you probably noticed today when I started streaming, I was a little bit like Debbie Downer. I was a little bit less focused on speaking and being social, and it's kind of pumped itself up now. I'm getting more in the flow of it. It's also something to do with me working. As soon as I start working on something I haven't touched in half a week, it takes me a little bit to get into it. But yeah, you should definitely come along for the Wednesdays though, because Wednesdays is my my day off my regular schedule thing. So that's when I try games that are like last Wednesday we did Superliminal, which is more like a one-off game kind of thing, one that you might do 1-on-1 next week. I am planning at some point to get back into like the Telltale kind of games then. It's usually when I'm here, I think. Yeah, that's true. I can't remember. Were you in for the Superliminal? Wednesdays is usually that. All right, let's get out of the loop and back into the next. Give it a bit side, and what does the reference say? Here starts moving out. So technically we can just. Yes. Down. I was learning came here to I was here for 2 hours. You mean for yesterday? Yesterday was a grind. I hate grinding in games. That's one of the reasons why I don't really want to do MMOs or bigger games, because there's a lot of grind, especially when people say, okay, play Sifu. I'd love to play Sifu, but I don't like the grind. I want to do it once and get done with it, if you get what I mean. You play some rando game. That must have been on Wednesday then. Can't remember. Did Sir raid me on Superliminal? Went off when he started. Oh yeah, must have been then. Yeah, because I think we were talking about MIDI computer, no, MIDI keyboards or something when you were in last. That you wanted to stream, if you ever were going to stream anything, you're probably going to do some music stuff. Which I really want to see. I want to see you do music stuff, Mickey. I want to see what you do, what makes you tick. Right now, you've seen what makes me thick. Me and my cake make me thick, but what make me tick? Animation. That's what I do. This is stuff like this is what I do for my daily job, just in a different software. I'm mostly in 3D, currently animating babies. Happy time. I'm not gonna tell more about that because then I will get in trouble. But it's different. I'm working in Maya for once. Have to learn that. I see Zerg Diva. Yeah, Zerg is lurking currently, I think. Pete's been speaking a bit, but he's always he prefer lurking, I think. And Diva's just Diva. Diva's amazing. Probably doing something else like making food or make you think it's your heart or your oxygen? Oxygen? Oh, look at that. That's beautiful. Let's get that last frame in. That I'm not too much of a perfectionist to do music live. I'm the type who needs 2-3 weeks to prepare. I feel the same thing when I do art streams. That's why I do it so rarely. I really feel like, oh, I can't just jump into the beginning of a blank page. I'm terrified of a blank page. So I need to set myself a project. You can take your time to set up your project, as long as you know it's going to take a while. And then you set yourself a goal for that stream. My goal for this stream, for example, is to get the hair done. And probably start to do more details, if I get time. Last stream, it was all about getting the clothes in and then starting onto hair. And at least the rough sketch of the hair, like the ponytails. So, first stream was get the pose, get the animation, and get the wave in. get a rough sketch line in, and get the ears fluffy. That was the additional afterwards. And then next stream, or the first stream, line art, ears flopping back and forward. Second one was getting the clothes and the ponytail in, and now it's the top of the hair and details. So that's something what you need to think about. Because also today we ended up, every time I ended up coming back, because it's been a while, I've been able to look back on what I've done and what needs fixing. Let's get this frame in. It's a little bit much. Thought about singing, or thought with singing, need a mirror to get back on track. You need to soften up my voice again, I guess. Haven't had anything pushing me and wanting me to practice for a year, so yeah, got a lot of work. That was my reason for streaming. I mentioned it a few times to you actually, that the reason I wanted to go into streaming was at least two parts to it. First part was I haven't played video games. It's weird for a person who works with video games to not play anything. I tend to watch people stream, watch people do let's plays, and watch the games I wanted to get into. I watched them online while I was working, while I was doing other stuff. And then when I came home, I was watching TV, I was watching TV series, I was reading, I was watching anime, I was doing other stuff. And I felt like as soon as my university, because I tend to, if I don't have anything to do, I push myself to do anything. So for a while it was VR, hanging out there. Afterwards it was realizing that I haven't done anything creative since I was done with my graphic design degree. I needed to do something creative, and then I said, like, I haven't done anything in video games in so long. I want to play video games, but I cannot push myself to sit down to play video games on my own. For all these, like 1.5 years I've been streaming now. It's gone quickly, and I love you guys for sticking around for so long. But I have played on my own maybe 1 or 2 games outside of stream, and I'm primarily a casual game channel, right? But I have no way of sitting down on my own. I need a reason to sit down and play video games. If I don't have that, I can't sit down for more than 20 minutes. So a lot of games I started playing, I played for 1 day and then I got bored of it. I said I'll come back on it tomorrow, and then I never did. That works, I think. To think here a little bit. Best thinker. I do really like that. Like for other softwares I've been using, if you want to go from frame to frame, that saves into your history. Which is different here because I can move frame by frame and still do Control Z and without interrupting the history if I'm undoing stuff. I'm thinking I enjoy what I had originally here. I think I enjoyed this more. I need to fix this. I need to fix this because this is too far up. What else was that? Here. And here. Is that pretty? Now we need to do the other side. That is off-putting knowing that or knowing where you're supposed to be and your voice just don't want to do it. Just makes one want to not put in the time to get back there. I feel like that every day. Not in terms of music, but in terms of my profession. I have a very dire case of imposter syndrome. I always felt like that because I never did like the standard routes of work. I always worked as the only animator. I'm not in a group of other animators. I never had experience from a bigger studio or anything. So I also like, I should know more than I do by now. And I should be less afraid, and I should have a better portfolio. And the portfolio bit is the one that very scares me, because I've been animating. At least I got my degree in animation, my master degree in 2014, 2015. That's over 6-7 years ago. And I've been working as an animator for at least soon 6 years in the studio. And I think like my portfolio should look nice by now, right? And I don't have a nice portfolio because I never liked the stuff I worked on that much. It's not enough for me to put in the portfolio, but now that I do work in the studio, at least for the last few while, I realize that I'm not too far off where I should be. I could possibly have been better, but it's not to the point where I feel like put into the deep end of something I should not know. If I'm stuck, I can find a way to solve it at some point. But yeah, I feel you there. Like, you know you should be somewhere and you're not. I feel like if someone actually watched my stuff, they would at some point realize that I suck. Why do you keep giving me a job? Also to my own horn, but I've been told to hold off 3 days in the end of April. I start having collab concert with one of the leading male choirs in my country. Ooh! But we don't know much about the details and where and what yet. Definitely, dude. Looking forward to that. Do your shit, dude. You deserve it. You're magical. You give people diarrhea. What? Me and my mouth vomit sometimes. I really like this. This looks beautiful. This could use some work. This, it's not good. Goes too far up than when it should be down, so I could possibly do this. Potty mouth. Sometimes when I stream, man, like, you learn at some point just to talk for talking's sake, just to keep all the noise out without being just talking nonsense. And I do talk a lot of nonsense, I do know that. And that's a lot of times I catch myself and I have no idea what I'm talking about. So I end up with, what did I just talk about? And then you have like the as I said, the mouth diarrhea where you just talk about something you have no idea where that came from. And that was like that. That was just a mouth vomit. That looks a little bit better. Okay, next bit. Stretch. I've been looking a lot into a new drawing tablet. Don't get me wrong, I love my tablets. I have multiple vacuum Cintiqs because thankful to Amazon, they sent me too many. But I do feel, especially here, you can probably not see it, but it's very lit. Like out of my full, like this is a 13-inch, so out of my full set here, you can see how much I'm actually able to use to draw. I am oak. I am also oak. The ears are a little bit off when it comes to gravity realism, but works for cartoonish style, I guess. The ears are going to be changed. I set that up as a beginning, so I'm going to get the hair in, and then I'm going to give in the ears, because ears here, for example, I'm just going to draw in here. The ears is not going to come like this. It's gonna stop here and then come in here. I mean, over here it's gonna be more like this, really. So it's over exaggerated, but I did the over exaggeration on purpose because I want to have something to have as a reference. That's good. Yeah, it's the same thing I did with the hair in the background here. This here, right there, this black one. It's not supposed to be there, but it's a reference point for me for when I come in with details, right? There you go. All right, where's my extreme pose? This is my extreme pose. So you see here, up here on my reference bit, I have a hard curve, proper C curve, you can call it. So this is what I need to think of here. Need to be a proper C. And using this as just a reference is not going to be exactly like that, but it's going to be a reference. Then when you curve around here, I'm trying to think of the head as a size comparison, where how far out it goes. It's fun to see that you're actually using quotes. It's been there for ages, but I'm the only one that puts stuff in there. Drink the funny juice, guys. But you can, if it's go zoomy zoomy hyperactive juice. Definitely go, but we'll go in moderations. Like you could, for example, do this. We just said that. What did I say? I said is that what I said? think that was what I said. Something similar to that. I think you two are able to add quotes yourself actually by doing quote add and then you type the message. But please make sure that it's a quote and make sure that I won't get in trouble for them. Like making up your own stuff is not a quote. You can see if you can add that one, Winland. So see if you can add that one you just wrote. I just removed the one I wrote. See if you can add the one with the diarrhea, because that's you. That's really, I totally forget what's been there for not. You are amazing. So you do you. You're magical. You give people diarrhea. Love it. Let's see here. Is this curve a little bit too drastic, maybe? I think I like that better. Love it. I think with Nightbot you can actually go into a website and find where all the quotes are added. But since I'm not using Nightbot, I don't know if there's a page anywhere that tells you the quotes I have. Yeah, so when you just want to have a random one. There you go. Next would be down a little bit. What kind of music would you do if you ever did a stream, Mickey? Like, I would love to watch that. Even if it's just you sitting around chatting bullshit or doing very little music and just do like I do. I take breaks sometimes just to chat with you guys and then I come back to what I'm doing. Luckily, the stuff I'm doing, it's quiet. It's not always that when I'm working at work, that's for sure. It's an excuse for you to sit down and do your hobby, right? If you feel like, I don't have time to do my stuff anymore. You kind of do if you, like... Someone else put it a very good example. If you make streaming a chore or a job, it's your job to sit down and do something, right? I would never call my streaming job. It's a hobby for me. It's a hobby which I have a set time a day where I come down and I'll sit down and I'll play a video game. That most likely if I wouldn't have sat down to do a stream, I would never play that game. Because I'm too bad at scheduling me to do fun stuff. I always feel like I should be doing other stuff. I should be doing important stuff. To the point where I'm just in the end saying, I just wasted my time. I just sat there worrying about I should do games until I didn't have time to do games anymore. I don't know. I do classic music, but it would be nice doing more full classical rock stuff, like more random covers, Yeah. People do random covers. That's not the issue. It's knowing content stuff, CC things are always a problem. More and more people actually, I notice more people doing DMCA music on their own streams nowadays, and it's worrisome, but probably people are not saving these VODs, I mean. On the other side of the scale, I'm on PC for nearly 16 hours a day when it comes to streaming time. Just too exhausted. Tell me about it. I come in and work around 9 in the morning, right? I sit in front of a PC and I animate all day. Either animation or art or whatever my task is for the day. And most of the time it's rigging and it's finding out what I did wrong, sitting in meetings to tell what we've done so far throughout the day and so on, right? And sometime of that it's me just walking around doing some talk to other friends, friends or colleagues, to see if we can get on scope or something, or do a little bit of R&R. I mean, like sit down and say, here, how was you been working on? Can I help? Then I come home because I'm exhausted after work, just to sit down on a PC again. Logic is not there, that's for sure. But especially now, I like last Tuesday I've been animating all day, and then I came home and then I did more animation. It's weird. Down. But like it as with you, I don't feel like I have enough knowledge or experience to be the one who actually do it. But then you have the part when you actually begin to talk about it and you know a lot. Yes, and yes, definitely. You have experience, you have your own thought. A lot of times when I'm mentioning stuff here, I'm not trying to teach anyone anything. I don't feel like I have enough knowledge or experience, especially in 2D animation and drawing, to teach anyone. The stuff I mention here is more or less just me trying to verbally tell myself, I need to think about this, I need to think about that, or I'm doing this wrong because of this, right? So as soon as that is paraphrased out in the open air, it's easy for me to understand it. I do that at work as well. I ask my colleague when I'm stuck in something. He might not know the answer to it, and he does the same a few times, where he asks if I know how to do certain things and I don't, and then he kind of solves the issue himself just by talking about it and backtracking where he was or what he was doing. And then he said, oh, this works. But then again, animation is something I've done for so long. I would say I have the vague knowledge of how it works. If I'm doing it well enough, or if I'm doing it to professional standard, that's different. I had like some professional animators look at my work here the other week, actually, to make sure I was on the right track, and I was surprised that they didn't come saying that my animation was shit and why did he hire this guy, right? It just came with very understandable feedback, saying, okay, just do a change here, make him more happy here, maybe curve his hip a little bit more here. And it's like, yeah, I would have said the same thing, actually. I thought to myself, and I kind of like that. It means it's kind of proving that I'm at least on the right track to something, right? Professional standard or whatever. Then you have the thing where you don't really know to play piano, guitar good enough to accompany myself, and the question of set list, how long I guess it was, how long the stream will be, how many songs should I know beforehand, should I do it raw, am I good enough to do it raw, or should I spend maybe enough time beforehand to get maybe one list of 30 to 50 songs to have a variable repertoire, a whole 3-hour stream. What you should do whatever you want to do. I've had a 2-hour concert before, and there was always a 3 to 4 months incubating time for that show. So say for example you have a few songs you know you can do, right? Set that as your primary, your go-to songs. You'll sing those songs at least a few times during the set, and then you put in a new song that you can either test. If you want to do it live, just make it right, make it pretty, right? You set that in a set list. Say you start with 10 to 20 songs. You don't need to have a 2-hour concert. You can have a song. Say for example you go to a concert, they play like 10 songs over an hour, 2 hours. You don't need that many. You can have less, because as you see in concert, they have an intermission every time they are done with the song. So that will be your sit down, talk about what you did, talk about the song, talk about yourself, talk about the topic, talk about how your day was, read chats, say hello, and respond to some questions or whatever. And then afterwards you can just do that for 5 to 10 minutes, and then come in with another 2-minute song. You don't need to just keep singing. I've been to concerts where you really want to see the band because you heard so much good about them, you love their songs, and all they just go on stage, sing their songs, and go off. And then you sat there like, I can't just turn on Spotify for this. Right? You know what I mean? Keeping a stream is less about doing... one thing, you need to be entertaining, which I'm not. Sometimes I can be. I laugh a lot. I realize that, and I don't always do that. I think maybe I do. I turn into a giggly mess of a person in my older age. We were talking earlier about the 2 reasons why I started streaming. One of them was gaming. I said I didn't have time to game, so I thought, oh, why not use streaming as a reason to start gaming again. But I didn't initially want to be a casual game streamer. I wanted to do art. I wanted to actually do stuff like this. But I felt, oh man, I'm so boring. I would just sit there and quiet by myself doing this for ages. And who want to sit and watch me, who's a mediocre artist, do art, right? And now it's different. I've done this for a while now, that I have a way of speaking that's changed. And that goes into my second reason. And as I mentioned a few times, I am terrible at speaking. I'm terrible at reading. I'm terrible at conversating. I don't know if it's because I'm having issues with English, or if it's a lisp, or at some part of my life I must have had a stroke I never had like aware of. But I mumble. I don't pronunciate properly. I have problems with certain words. I even stutter once in a while. And I don't know where it came from and when it happened. I don't think I had that my whole life. Someone might tell me different, but I wanted to work on that. And what better way to work on it is to actually sit down and speak, and have a way to come back and look into it, like read back into it and watch my VODs and hear myself speak, right? It's a free way of doing your own vocal coaching, right? Therapy for myself. I've had 2, I've read that before. Songs is about 3 to 5 minutes each, with maybe 2 to 5 minutes information is too great. Read and talk with people with that would be just 10 songs in an hour, an hour and a half. Yes, definitely. An hour and a half is good amount of stream. You do not need to sit streaming for 6 to 8 hours like I do sometimes. I've been on 3 hours today. I think 3 hours is a beautiful spot to say, I've done enough streaming today. I'm gonna go off, right? But it doesn't always work like that. Sometimes I feel like I could do more. What's the time? It's 9. Like yesterday when I ended up streaming until like after midnight, like a dum-dum. It's something that I shouldn't do, and I told myself a few times that I should get off at least by 10. But I always sit down to like almost 11 streaming some days. I don't have time for more than that. So I was saying, like, you can stream for an hour and that's enough. You don't need more than an hour. You can stream for half an hour if you want. Of course, you're gonna have a hard time getting the algorithm, and people need to literally set off time to watch you online. But if people want to watch you, they can come watch you. I'll watch you. I'll be your biggest fan. I'll listen to your diarrhea. The family thing, maybe. Yeah, I could say so, but I think I've been especially bad sometimes. Like I had someone tell me, it's a few months back, almost half a year ago. They hadn't seen me for a while, and they always had hard time understanding what I was saying. One sec, hydration. Let's drink this flat Pepsi. Yeah. And they said like, "Oh man, what did you do? I can actually understand you." I was very happy about that little compliment. Means that something is working, right? Need to go back, fix my hair up a little bit. The mass up here is getting dangerous. If I still wear, or if I still wear more in the concert environment, I could have done a rehearsal stream, kind of like a masterclass-ish setup, going over 2-3 songs I need to learn, with taking it over step by step, or how to tackle new songs, how to go over sheet music, listening to different people doing it to have a great feel, get a feel how other people would tackle it. And how I would use it within my own song, and what to look out for, and going over passages. But I feel at the moment not where I want to be in my vocal health to do something about that. Depends if that's what people want to watch as well, isn't it? Like, you can do whatever you want in stream. You can, if you want to do a teaching thing, you can do a teacher thing. If you just want to do a hangout, that's something you could do. It's a music hangout. You sit there talking about music, talking about what do you do, do a little bit of a song here and there just as a thing. You can do that. Doesn't need to be complicated. It doesn't need to be professional. People start somewhere, right? What I'm doing now, I'm trying to make sure that I don't lose length of the hair. Kinda do. The head is moving, and that makes it troublesome. That's why I'm spending so much time on this. Because the head is moving, and I need to keep the flow going, and keeping the volume right places. It makes me have to think a little bit more than I'm currently able to, it seemed like. I had a great line here. What did I do? That is a great line. I want it. Hi, Cross. It's not a teaching thing. It was more like a way to show how to do it, get feedback, and where exactly you can do that. Get yourself a little community of people who does music. I would love to do instrument myself. Hans and Nuzzles Diva. Ooh woo. Hi Han. Hello. How is? Little singers, musicians, and loves to watch, look for stuff like that. I was doing that yesterday, and I don't know if she's still in here, but I was watching someone doing animation yesterday because I was curious. I had no intention of going to bed, which is why I slept all day. Oops. And I ended up watching this girl that's been studying 2D animation do a little school assignment, and I really enjoyed it. And also, you don't need to do just one thing. I hate people saying that you need to be pushed into one market. You don't always need to do one market. If you lose a little bit of viewers, you'll gain the views another way. I have a a streamer I watch, and I've sent you guys over to him a few times, and his Twitch name is Howling Neko, and he's a Swedish guy that does a lot of painting, but he also does DJing, and he definitely has most of his views from when he's DJing. But I'm usually there for the drawing. I do tune in sometimes to say hello when he's doing DJ. What if you are? Oh, I'm going too far. I'm good, so good, good. Currently losing my mind over logistics in Satisfactory. I've never played Satisfactory. One of my old friends is being mean to me. Give them violent hug. Keep it. No, don't kick them. They keep teasing you. They shouldn't be teasing you, unless it's a good kind of teasing. Then sure. Oh, that's mean. No plan of fixing it. Oh, silly. When if you get your music hardware, let me know, because I can give you some audio software for them. Oh, you mean like a MIDI software or something? I think the one I'm looking at actually has some implemented stuff. Yeah, you should ask Cross, because Cross plays a Satisfactory quite a few times. I've seen her stream it. I wish I had a pianist friend. Mwah. Good night, everybody. Would have been amazing to have an accompanist, accompany someone to accompany doing pianist stuff, I guess. To do stuff like that would be nice to do. Get a good set list. Exactly, and that's literally my life as an animator. Because as said before, I've always worked as an animator by myself, and the problem with working by yourself is that you can't have anyone to bounce off your animation ideas, right? Because you have the theory by yourself, and you can't really practice that theory. You just have to ask someone to, does this look good, and what doesn't look good with it? And they will say, oh, maybe this, and say, you can't do that, because that's going to go against that's going to go against the character this and this way. And now is the first time I've worked with more than just one other animator, even though one of them is graduate, and the second one has a little bit more more experience with another company. We're all very much like, if we one of us having a problem, none of the other ones know how to fix it. It's driving me nuts sometimes. As I said, I'm learning Maya and I don't know Maya, and they don't know how I ended up getting the issue I had when I was using Maya. So we're just stuck. We're all doing rigging, which none of us is very skilled in. I'm skilled in rigging in Max, but all the stuff I thought I knew is not the same in Maya. And for some reason, every time I try to look for answers online, I cannot find any answers online. It's annoying. MIDI stuff and lots of loops. Avir uses them too. Accompanies as someone who plays instrument along with your music. Ooh. I started a new file, struggling to make required space elevators part. To get cold power. I have no idea what you're talking about. I think you're talking about Satisfactory again. But yeah, I would love to actually get into music at some point. I've been trying for the longest time to actually learn music, but I can't read notes. I'm tone deaf and I can't sing for shit. That runs in our family too, Mickey. You trained yourself out of it. I'm just stuck in it. I think I'm alright when it comes to like folk music, I guess, like where you don't need to have like any musical talent. You just need to speak in a rhythm. You get what I mean? So, without knowing where on the map you are, it's difficult. Okay, so more satisfactory stuff. And yeah, as you were saying, like having someone to sit there and go through it with you and teach you, it's you want a mentor, right? You want someone to play with you and keep in the loop and have fun together, right? And that's where I'm having issues with at work, cause well, I used to, because I didn't have anyone to bounce off of. I think it's gonna be different now that I'm actually working with someone. So my move tool. I like this in here. There's one frame that's messing with me. It's... Now, is it this one? Might be this one. Well, the music theory is complicated. You can learn enough to read music and enough to use it watching 30 minutes video on YouTube. Fuck, it was only that simple. I mean, learning is one thing, getting good at it is a different thing, I guess. Now here's my culprit. These are the same frames. You could always do like some loop music stuff, Mickey, if you want to. Like you can always do like some choir stuff, or if you want to do like some, oh, I'm gonna make some like a beat or something. You can learn yourself to do that. That's kind of what I want to do. Just learn how to make beats. Hey Ratta. No, that was not Ratta, it was Diva. Thank you so much, Diva, for gifting a sub to Sarge Ratte. I hope he would like the subscription and the emotes. She does tend to hang around sometimes. She? I can't remember what their pronouns are. And Diva, shouldn't you save your money? Weren't you supposed to save your money, Diva? She, her, okay. When I first met Rat, they were always a mute person in the VR chat, so I haven't really spoken as much to them. I do remember that she was very, very bad at English. She had to learn to speak properly, and way better now. Even written was hard to understand sometimes. Very proud of her for that. Should save, remember meetups. Yes, you should save. I know, right, but when you have the other stuff, that's just to read it and able to follow a score and understand the stuff. But then you have the hard stuff like harmonizing, difference between notes and why some things work, why other things don't. Then you have the stylist part of it. Then you will work in contemporary music, what doesn't really fly classical music. But Cross, you have to go to work. You have to make delicious food for people that are not enjoying the hard strife you do to make the wonderful food that you do. Oh, Zerg did mention that. Oh no. Hide in the kitchen and never walk out. To have a hard angle here, I think. We could do that. Just like my thing I really want to do if I get into making music or whatever, which is kind of like just a thing I want to play around with. Is make lo-fi tunes, something I can have in the background of my streams or something like that. I have a reason why I want to do these things, and then later I can use that as a stepping stone, you can say. I watch people do that, either if they're doing DJing, like live concerting, or they're just making like a beat, a tune. People know it takes a long time. People just there to hang around and see how other people do it. Diva, that's not how you spell nom nom. You know, this is how you spell nom nom. Nom nom. Understanding rhythm and memorizing intervals, step between notes. Reading notes, chords is harder when it's spread rather than blocked. If you're using choral style, you have restrictions about distance in voice. How some instruments are transposed or fixed, so you have to think another way to make it work. I make beat, it go boop. I like it, I'll keep it. That's usually my way of thinking about it. Pebble that became an avalanche. You like the band Avalanche? This is an in-between, so it goes down here instead of to the side, so it's gonna come down again now. Do I have a bite thing? Can't remember. Do I have like a nom thing? No. Bite? No. Someone needs to figure out if I have that. I need to know. Is there a nom thing? I have. Definitely make one. It's not like Neil's bite uwu. I have no idea. Cross, you should join us a Friday sometime and join us in Neos. Can have alcohol for you will be not even 6 PM, but what better time to start drinking, right? Or when I became really large and started to eat you, yes. You know I work. Boo, boo. Beats in syncopation. We're talking about, oh. I didn't expect you to actually do a full teaching seminar, Mickey. I'm not gonna mention all that because I have no idea what I'm talking about. I don't like this. It looks cute. That is true. For me, it's all about layering, really. When I'm thinking about music, what layers good, what layers doesn't add well. But then again, I'm not a musician. I'm tone deaf and have no clue. Need to go back here again later and fix some stuff. Anymore? Like I was saying, I want to animate the arm to go left. Why can't I just tell it to do so? It's like saying why oh yeah. For me it will be very much like, oh, why is this timing wrong? Is it because it's not smooth enough on this side, or is it because it's too harsh on that line? No, it's a different frame altogether. And why is it doing that? Oh, is it volume? Is it timing? Is it too far apart? Is it... And then you realize, oh, it's because it's rotated a little bit. Like what we did before, where one of the earlier animations, the arm would go from, like, it would go this way, but it would go from the max point on this part, right? And then it would stop here and have a wave here. This looks alright, but the arm shouldn't stop there. It should go all the way out, right? Even with a little bit of bend. And we had, say for example, let's get the example. Like we had this after our first line work, and this didn't work because you see the arm looks fine. I don't know why it's not looking fine, but something's not looking fine. So I came in afterwards and I added the arm to go a little bit further out, and suddenly it looks fine again. I did also fix that mess right there. It looks cool, but it's too much. It takes too much attention. Suddenly have an arm flailing inside. Understood exactly zero of that. That's me when Mickey started talking about music. I guess people do the same when it comes to me and talking about animation or whatever I do, right? We only have one frame left. Nice. Sometimes you don't need to understand me, especially because I'm talking about lingo here for animation. That's usually for me. I'm not telling this to teach you guys why I'm doing stuff. It's just for me to, like, why am I doing this again? Oh, this is why. And why I'm going back and forward. And people, why are you going back and forward? Oh, this is why I'm going back and forward so much. Because I'm trying to figure out why this and this doesn't work. And this is the reasoning why I have that second thought. Okay, why is this not working, you can say. And if you see here, here should be further out. Then with this. This looks fine. But do you even want to do streaming though, Mickey? Is that something you're just like, oh, I could do that. See how much the fun is. If you do, let me know and I'll see if I can help you out with any of the software stuff. Gonna say hi to Yumi. Is Yumi streaming right now? Go say hi from me as well. What you study, the harder it gets when you meet another person. It's a prime example of ignorance and bliss, and then they just do it. Oh yes. Or if you want to, if you actually want to start streaming, or is that something you just mentioned? Well, I could do streaming. Not like you're actually gonna do it, but like I could do it. If I wanted to. I could, but for now I'm just more of an idea. Yeah, I was thinking the same when I was starting out streaming. I didn't actually stream for like half a year before I actually started. It was when I was like, I could do it. It could be fun. Let's just do it for fun, right? So I got into like learning it, made myself like a avatar, logo, etc. And then Fleur and everyone else like, oh, we're gonna start streaming Pavlov. You should join. I'm like, fuck yeah. Excuse made. It's a shop in the end there. I want to remove that shop. There's a lot of stuff you should think about before you actually start doing anything. If you want to do YouTube, if you want to do streaming, you need to prepare a little bit in beforehand. Just like what you want to do, have like a little thing set up, have your overlay set up, have your audio working, have your ease of access stuff. For me, it's my Stream Deck. I always tend to edit that. You don't need to have it straight away. You can always edit that in as you go along, but it's good to have it there. At least have an idea of what you want with it. Good, good. Now, we delete our reference. Beautiful little reference boy. It's gonna be bye bye. YouTube would be easier. There's so much that can be cleaned up in editing before Switch and live. I don't think so. I think Switch, YouTube is harder. It's harder to get known on Twitch, of course, but on YouTube you can spend so much time as you want, but still, if you don't do it well, you still have a hard time actually getting people to find you and watch you. I should get back into YouTube and stuff. Not like... I've been thinking about it. What could I do on YouTube that's worth watching? And every other streamer is doing this, but so that's why I feel dumb and not doing it. But like doing a how to stream channel. Because, hey, I've been doing this for a while now. Let's tell people what I've been doing and what I've learned, right? There's so many channels out there that does it. That makes it... What can I do that is new? What can I do that people will watch, right? Why am I different? Why am I special? But there's then there's the idea of money per hour, as they say. I wouldn't really do it for the money. It's more about the social way to expose myself, and it's exactly why I'm doing mine. Like, I wouldn't mind being a partner just because I can get more stuff out of it. Like, say, if I was a partner, I could make a DSS group or something where we could just have fun together, or I could make a POG group where we can have fun together. Do you have any questions about software, OpenToonz? I am very new to it. Have you been using it for long? Currently, I'm just using the bare minimum of it. I do have some issues once in a while when I'm getting into stuff, but thank you for stopping by and wanting to answer my questions. Let's see. Is there a question that I was stuck at? I had an issue last time, but that kind of solved itself. Oh yeah, that's a question. Is there a way to, like, you say, like, I can go from home and end or something like that, right? But is there a quick way to, like I said, like you have your period and your punctuation and your comma to go from scene to scene? But it kind of would be nice if you continued past your end frame, that it will loop back to start. So, because a lot of times I'm stuck at frame 11, and I need to jump back to frame 1. Instead of going home, and then end and home to like see the difference between them. It'd be nice to have like a way to make that pop back into the frame, but that's just a little quirk I have with it. Yeah, I started using this software only like a week ago. I think it's a week ago today. But so far, it's a lot of tools I don't know what do. Like, I don't know what 80% of this this toolbar does. But it's kind of doing what I need it to right now, and then we're just gonna get along. So where I'm stuck, I'm either gonna Google it or find it out on myself. I can see that this spending too much time on the right. I'm gonna try and smooth up here. Keep frames a little bit longer. Let's do the 2 frame. Maybe not that bad. We don't want 3 frames. Currently, this is just me playing around with it. Like I said, I've been a 3D animator for a long while. I think I started proper doing animation 10 years ago. So like 9.5 years ago was when I said to myself, I hate animation. So why not sit down with it and fixate about it so much until I can understand why am I so bad at it. And then I got a degree in it, and then I got a master in it, and now work as an animator. That didn't work that didn't pan out the way I wanted it to, right? So the theory is always the same on most parts, right? Because I was taught how to animate like traditionally, you can call it, but I was never taught how to do 2D animation. So when people are showing me 2D animation, I'm saying, oh dude, that could be so cool if you could do that in 3D. And then you're sitting there doing it and like, shit, I need to do perspective now. I do like the onion skinning here better than I do in... I don't really use onion skinning that much when I do 3D, but I love it when I do 2D. I did jump into pixel art about a year ago. So that's kind of why I'm having a little bit of an easier time with it, as I think. Because it's still 2D, but pixel art is a little bit more realistic. One curve at a time, and then we'll fix it. So about the question, the only way I can think of is to loop the animation with the loop button, you know, like this, right? Now I've done something and messed up my flick here. You see that this here piece here is flicking. I'm learning. Like here, for example, it would be nice to be able to do this. Like jump from one to back to one to back. I want to see the differences between my frames, and the only way I can do that is using my onion skin. I needed to hold pulse a little bit longer on the side. It flicks back to center too quickly, and that will be here. This is my problem frame. Let's fix this. Not looking pretty at all, but it works as a rough pass. It looks very heavy. Life of Bio from Civil Oak. How to get a career. Do something you hate. Just do it and hate it more than any other people. Yes. That is what I did. Same with rigging in 3D. Like, the reason why I did it was because no one else wanted to touch it. Everyone else hated it so much that in the end I said, someone has to do it. And I don't always trust people giving me a rig that is half done because, oh, they were just put on the task to do it today because no one else wanted to do it. That broke it. So I learned myself how to rig just because of that. No one else wanted to do it, so I taught myself how to do it. The same way with animation, people had so much trouble, and I said, fuck it, I'll do it myself. Until like as I said, I hated animation. I hated it so much. It was one thing I was doing something I couldn't for the life of me understand why it was not doing what I wanted it to. Pete was talking about this earlier in the stream as well. Sneaky Pete, I don't know if he's still lurking or not. He was talking about how he wants to draw, but every time he draws something, it's not what he wants it to be. And I say the same thing. Yeah, I know the feeling. That's why I have a job today. Thing is that if you learn to do stuff people don't like, and you do it so much that you understand it to the point where you somewhat enjoy it. Like for me, I enjoy skinning nowadays because I have a way to do it, and I somewhat enjoy just the mindlessness of doing it now. I don't need to think about stuff. And then you come to realize that in a profession there's some task people hate to do. Rigging. Or animating. Even though people love animating. People love the concept of animation. Just because people love Disney and grew up with it, right? There we go. Now it's looking more fluid. Let's just make it look pointier. Do you... have you worked in software for a long time? Have you tried to copy and paste? I could do that, but it's kind of weird. Because think of another software. Think of a different software. You could, for example, potentially say, okay, I have 16, like frame 16 to 26, right? And I just want to work in that area. Therefore, they're able to crop this area, and when it loops, it only loops in this area. That's what you could do. But what you should do is that once you overlap that frame, it should go back to start. But if the software doesn't want you to do that, I guess I could always find a way to do it better or do it differently, but I just don't. I'm not here to learn the software to a professional standard. This is something I do for fun right now. If I were to in a job environment, I know someone else would have to take over the project when I'm done with it. And that's where you kind of need to know these kind of things. Let's see here. Let's need to change color, and that was the drop picker, right? That was... Because you have numbers, so I realized that you could switch out the frames if you wanted to with a different one. Have you checked out the keybinds for Lucio or preferences? We can do that. Control U was the preferences, right? Let's see, animation. This is ease in, ease out. Oh, it has a curve editor thing. That's cool. I just be hand drawing my curves personally because I do 1x1s right now. That's cool. Tools, that's not what I want. Interface. I like the theme. I'll keep it. This is my first proper 2D animation software, yes. I said I've been working as an animator for almost 6 years professionally, and that was after I got my master degree in computer character animation. A year ago, I started fiddling around with pixel art, and I really liked how to you can just draw it instead of having to make a model. If you wanted to have a motion line, or what do we call it, a motion line like this, if you swing a sword, you'll have this white line of the shine continuing like, as you smudge the sword. If you take it down, like if you make the hammer go down fast or something, you have like this motion path that comes after it. That would be a VFX thing. You had to either make the shape yourself and then animate the shape, and then sometimes you need to bake that into the character, and if you want to get that into an engine, you need to be able to have something that's attached to. It's not always as easy, right? If you don't have that attached to the character, it won't export, it won't work, it will just stand still somewhere because it's not following the character. But if you were in 2D, and like, so I used a sprite for my pixel art, you could just draw it in, same, a different layer, and then you had it. It's so easy to do smudge and like VFX stuff just coming in, because you just morph them into happening. But then again, you do have issues with your perspective, you have issues with your you all need to hand draw all your in-betweens if you're not doing vector art. Yeah. I remember when I was in uni, people were using Toon Boom Harmony, so I'm familiarized with the software. I never actually used it. I just realized my darn thing here. I thought it was done now. No. This is moving too much everywhere. Be down here. Oop. I was watching another animator yesterday on Twitch, and she was using TV Paint, and I know a person I've been following for years on YouTube, a guy that used to work for, you probably know it, Andy something. He used to work for Disney animations, they're like the 90s and so on, and he used the same software. I think it's because Toon Boom Harmony is a perpetual. It's not a perpetual license. It's a license. Oh, is it a perpetual? It's like an one you need to pay monthly for. And I'm not for that shit. It's dumb. If you're not gonna do it professionally, or the studio working for pay for it, I don't see the point of having to pay a monthly fee for something you do as a hobby, unless you're actually earning money from it. So that's why I ended up with OpenToonz, because this is exactly what I need to just learn and get into the habit of it, and then if I ever want to do it more professionally, I can learn a different software if need be. As I'm saying, I'm using Maya in work, so realize mess up something here. When does this line become so small? I think I clicked on something and my actual layer just disappeared or changed. OpenToonz is very similar to Toon Boom in some aspect, and it's free, and also it has vector, and I love that. It has the potential to do both. So I do have a Adobe account, but I did not want to do vector. I wanted to do hand-drawn stuff. And Animate, very much like Flash, is vector-based, isn't it? So I do love having the option that if I want to, I could, but I don't need to. Here's my problem. I ended up drawing the lines too big. That was my own problem why the line got so... Oh, shit. Definitely my own problem. Human error tends to happen. Seek help. case of human errors, get an adult. The adults don't know what to do, therefore you can laugh at them. I don't know what to think about that. I also realized that I can't really use my touch on my vacuum Cintiq in this software because I always tend to like a lot of not really I watch one tutorial. Everything else I've learned as I go. The only tutorial I watch in OpenToonz was what these do. Also different from between the onion skin. Everything else I went to the website and I found the key bindings. And I had that open while I was learning it as I went. I also had to figure out why is this versus this. I also had to learn that. And so far I think this is usually layer. But other than that, no, I haven't really watched too many tutorials. I watched a little bit afterwards, as I said, as I wasn't watching it for the purpose of learning the software. I was watching them for the purpose of learning what is the correct way of doing 2D animation. That's why I was watching this guy Andy. Cannot for the life of me remember his surname or his channel name. Watch how he was processing 2D animation, like with his. It's nice to know the lingo sometimes too. Because 2D and 3D animation lingo is very different. You know, I think the question Silly asked Ollie was how to edit the playback of the selected frames, not loop the animation itself. No, looping is easy enough. I just press L. The thing I have issues is that I'm working on, say, frame 11, and because I was dumb enough to not make my exaggerated pose, or like the my main pose, my last pose. So in that case, your loop would come over here and be the same. Because if you look at the arm, for example, my limit or my overreach, or what do you call it, the last pose you would do before you move back again, it's on frame 4, and the other one is on frame 10. Everything, so frame 11 and everything between 1, 2, 3, and 11 is in betweens, really. The 2 white triangles in the frame over the names. Oh, these you mean? Or these? Oh, yeah, these are the selection. Yes, this is what I was talking about earlier about being able to narrow down your loop. But my problem is that if I use, for example, I use punctuation, punctuation and comma to move back and forward between my previous frames, or I could use the forward and backward arrow to move frames, but that wouldn't stop me from overexerting past my selected timeline, I guess. Canvas. Oh, that's not the word. Lingo for this is still an issue for me, even when it comes to what I do in real life or outside of stream, my real job. Lingo hasn't always been my forte. I think that works. This line here definitely could use some tweaking, but we spent so long. What is this? Frame. It was once when I was studying. I was in my first year of 3D design and animation. And we had these Thursdays where we were like we would work from, I think it was 9 to 2 p.m. 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. And we would stay late in school. We were just like, okay, school is over. Now we're going into doing our tasks, our software, our task, or projects, our learning to do stuff, or we would just play video games or whatever. We would just hang out. But we would also spend Thursdays with the teachers even, and you will have that as tutorial days, where we would, like, say, not everyone came from a artistic background. Someone did something else in college instead of university, and they didn't know how to use Photoshop, for example. And that was the story I'm going to tell now. We had a guy. He was a little bit older than everyone else, and he didn't understand Photoshop, and he really wanted to learn. So we had someone from a class, like his other student, teach the rest of the class how to use Photoshop. The thing is that this guy, he was an artist. He was doing wood carving, and he had all this theory in his head about anatomy and how stuff should look, and he had all of that already ingrained into his mind. How to make good poses, how to make good art in only wood, right? Different tool, same trade kind of thing, right? And all we had to teach him really was, here is your canvas. Here you set up Photoshop. So new canvas. How big do you want it? And here's your pen. Here's your brush. Here's your razor. And that's all we had to teach him. And he was just creating these wonderful works of art. Never opened Photoshop before. He just learned, here's your brush. Here's your razor. And I kind of have the same mentality to this, I think. That I just need to know how to put the key, how do I go back and forward, and here's my brush, here's my razor. Everything else I can Google, more or less. One way to delete unused frame is to cut them from the level strip. Oh yeah, here you mean? I guess so, yeah. We had Frederick here, by the way, last stream, Mickey. That I was very, like, I had an issue with my onion ring, or onion skin, onion frames, onions. Anyway, I had a problem with my onion layer, that if I was making, say for example, I wanted the opacity of the hair sketch underneath low, but I went back to here afterwards, I had the issue that it didn't keep the opacity if I added an onion skin, an onion, or whatever you call it, onion layer. And poor Frederick, he was going all around trying to figure out why it would happen, but apparently I just had to restart the software and it started working again. I call this exactly. I call this piece Mona Lisa. Here. Yeah, I think this is good for a rough pass, so let's see. I did Q before. That removed something. That's probably why I had an issue. Let's see. I wanted to change the color of this again. There you go. And now I can hide a hair sketch. I don't need that. Here's a question: are you able to select multiple frames, and then if I move whatever's in it to the side, I can move all of the frames together? It really is. It's very, very good for being an open, like an open source software. It gives a lot of like, as you said, it's very similar to Toon Boom, but Toon Boom also have a lot of stuff that is meant for compositing and rendering and like background editing and the visual effects stuff. I just needed to be able to do line work and fill in the colors, really. 'Cause I'm just making a GIF. So what I really want now, I want to be able to select all my frames here, right? And then if I do S here and do like this and move it to the side, I want all my frames to do the same thing. Is that a thing you can do? Because I realized that my hair is a little bit too much to the right. I would like to push it a little bit to the left. But instead of having to go through each and every frame and move it to the side. I know you have the move tool here, but does that work the same way? It did! Haha! You just use a move tool to move the whole layer. Now I made a keyframe, and that's what I didn't want. I'll do it enough to make... Right, we'll keep it like this. Now we have here. Rar. Most programs have the reason. Most programs have the reason people tend to choose others over the other ones is because of what they are used to, and accessibility is ease of use. Well, yes and no. Adobe set the standard for a lot of things, especially for the art world. Like, it's what is used by the professional industry. So if you have something that's very similar to it, it's easier for you to go from one stage to the other. That is one reason. That's a tool-based reason. The other reason is the art flow. Say, for example, taking Photoshop into an example. Photoshop has been making a software for almost 30 years, right? And they've been spending that time finessing and finding out what works and what doesn't work. Then you have a new software that says, I'm going to make my own thing, and then removes everything. It will take a while before people have... It has all the stuff it needs to use in a professional pipeline, right? That's more or less just it. Why people choose one thing over the other. Like, I know TV Paint... yeah, TV Paint is a industry standard, but Toon Boom Harmony is even more used because of certain things they need in their pipeline. The other difference is price and usability, really. But yeah. Same with Maya and Max. I find like in 3D Max it's easier to model, it's easier to have a logical thinking of how stuff should be, while in Maya they're taking an approach of the animators and the visual level, and sometimes that doesn't always work if you have one way of working in a workflow. You use animation tool basically used for motion and tweening. Yeah, I just realized because it added a keyframe onto my one bit here, but it did what I wanted to. I wanted to move the hair around, and it moved everything else. Is it called animation tool? Yes, animate tool. Anyway, let's see here. What else should we start working on? It's 10. And we spent all day. We spent today. I'll take up our last version. Because we started with this. What we had here, we had the hair here was standing too much out, so I wanted to squeeze them in a little bit, and then I wanted to add the hair on top of her head. That's what we've done so far. So we fixed that, and we fixed that on the other side, and we added here as well as making these loopies behind there look a little bit better. It looks like it's actually swinging from side to side now. Next step, and I don't know why this happened. Why is let's keep there. There we go. Keep this back behind a little bit. We don't need that full. Let's take that with the here as well and keep the opacity down a little bit. We don't need that in full. At least we can see what we're doing. Because we have to take these eyebrows and we have to remove them from the detail layer or the head layer, and actually make it in front on a separate layer in front of the hair, so above it. So when we are animating it, it will clip above it. But we don't need to do that now. We can always do that when we are starting to paint in color, which we could do. It could be actually an easy thing to do. Just add color, and then we can come in later, and we need to add details to the fingers. We need to change the ears a little bit so they look a little bit more realistic when it comes to how they're flopping around. They can't flop as much as they do right now. They need to be also a little bit more pointy. I'm just going to simplify that at some point. Then we need to add a mouth. I don't know if we actually need a mouth, but we need to add the mouth, and then we need to add the choker, which is one of the clothing articles I forgot about. Do I animate pose to pose or straight ahead? I prefer straight ahead animation, but with any kind of way you're tackling animation, it all depends on what you need to do. If you're going to make a big sequence, for mine, for what I'm making right now, I'm making a looping animation. All I need to do is get the timing right, and then I can. So what I did, I started with a rough sketch, found that the timing was not working, and like I started with this loose sketch from behind here. Oh, there's a here sketch, my bad. I started with a rough sketch in the background, right? Very framey, just to get my base in. Then I've realized the timing and realized how many frames I needed, and then I came in with in-betweens. So I did a little bit of a pose to pose, but I started with straight ahead. So that was more or less a combination of both. And then I added my, not a reference, but I added my detail layer behind on top of that. That was more or less straight ahead. I've had a lot of fixes I've done straight ahead. As long as you have the timing in, pose to pose is not always needed if you're going to make a looping animation. But if you're going to make a sequence, you need to keep timing correct, because a storyboard, and especially if you have vocal or lyrics or stuff that is going to use anything else in the scene as a reference. Say, for example, if you're talking and you need to add a look at someone right there, you need to add a grip to something right there, you need to show this thing you're talking about right here, or you need to have an end frame that goes in line with the storyboard. The storyboard would then need to, or you technically would do a pose to pose from the storyboard. You'll get your key animations in, and then you'll do your in-betweens, or you will have someone else do your in-betweens. I don't know if you still have people doing in-betweens in the industry, but yeah. I prefer straight ahead, because for me it gets my it's easy for me to get my timing correct, I find. Also, I do a lot of games animation. I think games animation, you don't need to have big sequences. But if I was gonna do a cutscene, or I was gonna do a cinematic or something, I would probably use pose-to-pose. Long answer for a small question, but there you have it. But I did animate this using a little bit of both. I started out with a straight ahead, realized the timing was wrong, came back with a pose-to-pose. This is where my main keyframe is going to be. Removed everything in between, and then came back to it. And you can do that if you're doing just a rough sketch, because all it is just a circle here, ligaments here, or there's a shape here. And then when it came down to the detail layer, which is the just the purple here, then I could do a straight ahead animation, because then I need to be focused on the timing and where the movements are, because I already know where my main frame is going to be, and I know where roughly where the end's going to be. And everything else been like the hair was like, especially if you have like movement like here going back and forth like this, having pose to pose doesn't make any sense, because for me, you know, here will be end frame and here will be main frame, but everything in between needs to be timed correctly. And if you have a set pose, it might be in the wrong place. Long answer for a small question, but yes. Let's actually just do some painting just for fun. See how it would look like. I really want to show that to KitKat when we're done. Let's see. Let's make a new layer and call it color first pass. Let's put a color here, and let's see. Is there a good way to do this? I'm gonna change sizing of this a little bit, and I don't have my colors in. Can I take this? Drag it in here. Make a new one here, just to get the color. Have you read the animated survival kit? I think I own 2 of them. I used at some point to have 2 of them. I also have The Illusion of Life by Disney. I use them too as my Bible. Not so much anymore, but it's always my first book to go to when I'm in a question. If I'm in, like, I have a question to how stuff I'm used or where it's supposed to be. So just get our colors in. Then we'll get here. Darker version of the here. Then the left side. Am I able to copy these over? Copy. Paste. Yes, that's the answer to that, I think. I do own it. I do tell everyone to get it. It's my Bible, more to say. It's a good reference book. It's also a couple other books you should look into, like the Humans in Motion or Animals in Motion. Same people. There was someone from the 1910s, 1920 that literally made, you know, like the animation, the stop animation of a horse running. That's from the illusion of, or no, the Animals in Motion. They also have Humans in Motion, where humans are running, they are walking, they are jumping, they are doing a lot of references. They were doing this. I don't know if they were doing this for intentional for animation, but they were doing it for understanding an anatomy of how the movement of the body was working, I think. Very interesting. If you haven't read it or haven't looked into it, I very much recommend doing so. I like the streak running animation. I do this. I can't do like shift hold in to save it. I can't do that. That's sad. Paint bucket, please. Blurry lines behind the character. It's a pick screen option on the right of the for the RGB. Oh, okay. Up here somewhere? Anyway, I got my stuff done. I did what I wanted to. See, actually reduce the inner stroke again. We don't need it to be that small. But big, I mean. F is for fill tool. Okay. Zoom out a little bit easier to read my lines if I take a step back. I am very much enjoying this, so this is very relaxing to me. It takes time, but it's what I say, it's relaxing. Zoom out a little bit and get that line easier. Also hard to see this line if there we go. Now I can go back here. Hopefully I can just do this. Yes. Oh, I'm so used to holding Alt to do a color pick. Click the RGB picker tool and check the top right pick screen. RGB picker tool? Top right of the screen. Okay, so I can do this. Okay, I see. Can I click that on this now? Because I always have my I don't need it from the side. I can always keep the colors I have here. Because I kind of want the palette anyway. Oh. All right. And don't have a shadow color. What the RGB color picker does, it adds that. Copy this. There we go. Now we have a tool underneath. I'm gonna do something. Give me 1 second here. Background. Let's turn this black. It's a gray charcoal. So I can at least see my my color here. You didn't see the button pick screen. Hi Rowan, welcome in. I didn't see the button pick screen on every top right when you selected. No, I didn't. Did I? Rar. Top right. You mean up here somewhere? Long time no see. Yes. Welcome in. I'm doing art. Pick screen. Oh, here. Oh, so you can select one of these and it will copy the all right, that's interesting. I'm not gonna mess with that right now because I'm gonna keep what I have. How you doing, Rowan? You doing all right? Didn't you just get a new job or something? Am I forgetting something? Rowan. Hope you're enjoying that at least if you got a new job. I should have done this on a different layer, but screw it. You keep buffering. Oh no. I haven't had any loss of frames. I don't know what that comes from. See here. Let's do one of the arms. I know I shouldn't be doing this, but I kind of wanted to. Should have done this next time because we're so late in the stream already. I kind of want to quiet down and maybe round out soon. What have you been up to, by the way, Rowan? Or are you still buffering? You know that OpenToonz have Effect 3D View and Partner System? I did, yes. I haven't used it. I don't think I have any use for it. Because I'm not planning on making like a short video or a short film. It's very interesting though. It gives you a lot of tools that you might need if you want to do like bigger projects. So I could see this being in a pipeline, very much like how Blender has become a big thing for the 3D industry over recent year. Especially how Blender is now a tool for new people to learn that is not going to school. Even though I would say, like, if you are going to learn 3D, you should learn at least 3D Max or Maya, because if you're going to work with it, you will need to learn them. But if, as Dee was, or Mickey was talking about earlier, if you are in a studio or you are in like how stuff becomes industry tools or industry recommended, or what you would call them, like the tools that the industry use, is very much up to what people know. If everyone knows how to use Blender, they are going to use Blender. If everyone knows how to use Maya, they're going to use Maya, right? And some studios, if they are bigger, they will go, okay, don't really mind too much as long as you get your stuff done. You can work in Max or Maya, wherever. Let's continue with this. This is gonna have this color. And then there's a question of should schools pay for education license or offer choose a free option. If you are working on 3D Max or Maya, as long as you're a student and you have registered yourself with the university, your tools are free for at least 3 to 4 years. I use a student license of Max for my home use for years. It's a way for me to at least do something at home, and then I get it back into the office and then export them into something that's not a student license. And yes, you are able to, especially for big industry softwares, you are able to very easily use stuff at home for your own personal use. But if you're not within this university, that's going to be a bigger problem, right? That's why they now have something called a freelancing license. That if you earn less than so and so, you can always get it for cheaper than industry, because these softwares are expensive. Toon Boom as well. Toon Boom is expensive for personal use. So unless you're earning money on it, I wouldn't say to anyone, get Toon Boom Harmony, to learn to do animation. You can do that in Photoshop. You can do it with OpenToonz. OpenToonz is free, so choose the free option until you say, okay, this is what I really want to do. This is what I want to do with my life. And unless you, if you're going into school or something, use what they are telling you to use. So they might have a different perspective. For me, I learned 3D Max because my school preferred 3D Max. And then when I finished my university, I had to use Maya in my master year because the teacher didn't know how to use Max. Because for different countries have different preferred standards of preferred standard, right? That's why I say if you want to get into 3D, get Blender. Learn Blender. Learn the understanding on principles of 3D modeling and animation. And then afterwards you can, if you go into school, you can learn how to do that in 3D Max or Maya. I'm heading off to practice. Have fun, please. Are you it's midnight, Mickey. Why are you heading off to practice? Are you practicing at home? Oh, poor neighbors. See, this side we're gonna have this. What's headphones? Duh. It doesn't answer my question. Wink, wink. You gonna masturbate? Like almost 10:30 here, so I kind of want to get this done for at least 11. So this isn't going to take me more than I wanted to. So problem. Luckily, I don't need to do shading or small details on this, because KitKat just wants it to be flat colored, luckily. Here we go. One frame done. A lot of them left. Actually, no, it's not done. I still have to do stuff on front here and on the side. Oh, my tailbone. It's hurting. I've been sitting on it. Hydration break. Ugh. Have you encountered any bugs or glitches? The only thing I said I have encountered so far is the onion skin. So when I ended up wanting to say I wanted this to be an opacity of like 20, so I can use my sketch underneath, for example, and I make a new sketch on new folder on top of it. If I went on and added onion skin, it didn't keep its opacity at all. Now it did it again, just the other way around. What's this line giving me problems? Wasn't expecting to give her a miniskirt, but I just want to get the color in. Oh, that's why it's open. There you go. Hydrate, I just did unhydrate. Now I need to pee, thank you. Usually I don't have this much space. I don't use a full widescreen when I'm usually do my game streams, but I thought it would be nice to see like the full aspect, because I'm moving my hands a lot when I'm talking in when I'm doing art. I'm realizing. And let's get back here. So how long have you been animating or using OpenToonz, by the way, Oliver? Or animating in general? You're gonna come back at some point and do details. We need to do the eyebrows. You need to do some. If you're looking at the concept art for our this avatar, there's these hearts that are like freckles or spots on their arms and face. Also, I need to add a choker at some point. I could do that today if I get so far. And then I need to do some highlights in the here, and that's about it, really. Need to add details into the ears as well, because the ears have like this fluff on the inside. For sure, but I think I've been using OpenToonz for 3 years now. Ooh, that's a... I didn't even know it was that old. And also, I done a little animation, 2D animation in Photoshop prior to this, using the timeline tool, and I just hated it. It was taking so long for something that was, oh, if only I could hop from frame to frame instead of having to click on stuff, hide or unhide layers, and have issues with that. Alright, Diva, enjoy bedtime. Night, night. Thank you for sticking by for so long. I said I'm not the best drawer in the world. I'm not the best 2D animator. I just have some base knowledge in animation to begin with. So I think that's a main reason why it felt somewhat easier for me to jump into this. 2016, oh. That was after I was done with university, so it was not on the list of what we could use in university for it. Or 2D animation, that is. I don't know if they actually do 2D animation anymore, because my old tutor, which I actually work with now, she had her own model in 2D animation. That was stuff she learned on her own while she was a student herself, because she was more of a teacher's assistant more than an actual teacher herself. She was more into like the 2D stuff. I don't know if she went to a different school or she went partly to a different school while doing 2D, but she does all the 2D stuff. I always wanted to, like when I started out, I wanted to initially, when I went to college, I wanted initially to be an animator. I wanted to make cartoons like the ones you had on like Cartoon Network and stuff back in like 2007. That's when I started college. And then I realized that that was not something you could do in college, at least where I'm from. And to be there, you kind of just had to like end up in that kind of business. You didn't actually apply to become an animator. You just ended up as an animator, or you didn't get, or you spend a lot of time being a hobby animator, like hobbyist animator. Also, you could like study to be. Then I realized, I thought, oh, I'll be a cameraman or something to do with video. And then afterwards, I realized that, oh shit. The wrong color there. I realized that my school offered like a crash course in a 3D softwares in like 2008 using a software called Lightwave. From there I thought like, ooh, 3D is the closest I can be to making cartoons. And I thought like, why not? It was fun, I enjoyed it. And I applied for university a year before I actually finished college. And I got in. I just had to complete college first. And I did. I ended up in 3D design and animation, and from there I didn't really know what I wanted to do. I didn't know if I wanted to do animation anymore, really. I wanted to think, oh, I'll be a modeler for anything, really. And maybe video games. I'd never actually thought too much of working in video games, which is what I'm doing now. Video games was one of the things I ended up just falling into. I didn't plan to become a video game animator. I just ended up as one. I ended up doing 2D, oh not 2D, but 3D animation, character animation, thinking I'll do this for film or VFX or something. Or VFX, but commercial work then. But no one was hiring. Everyone had the animators they needed. Then I ended up helping some friends out because they're animators. They had started a game studio, and they needed an animator because their animator had quit. And I helped them out, and before I knew it, I kind of like got stuck in that job. I liked it. I've been there for almost 6 years now. Even though I'm in a different studio now, we still are like together, all of us that started that studio. That I was a director at for a while. I know I could select this and probably just fill it in differently, but I'm gonna be problematic about it. I think OpenToonz is underrated and not very well known as Toon Boom and Adobe Animate. It's because they have been around for a lot longer and they're very much industry standards. OpenToonz is like what Blender used to be. People knew about it, people didn't like it because they didn't have all the things you needed. And then at some point they just overtook it. Like look at Blender now. Everyone wants to use Blender. I think that has a lot to do with the community as well. More people are getting into it because it's something you can do as a hobby, and people are not wanting to be working full-time in for example Blender. It's definitely underrated. It's a very powerful tool for being what it is. Even though I have barely touched the surface of it, it does everything I need it to. To be honest, all I need is, here's my brush, here's my frames. That's what I need, really. Here's my bucket tool. It's my layers. But coming from doing very simple animation in Photoshop, this is like next league. Late to bed today, I just know it. very much liking this. This is very therapeutic or relaxing for me. I don't need to think too much. I can just draw and do what I want with it. I don't need to literally learn a whole new software. This is what I really wanted with it. I don't need to sit down for months or weeks to learn a software that I might not use again. But now that it's so simple and I gotten used to it, I will actually use it more. It didn't take much time either. Like as you asked, like if I've been watching tutorials of it, I didn't really. I just said I need to learn this. Okay, sat myself into it and said, okay, let's find where the paintbrush is, find where the eraser is. Here's my layers. Can I do this? And okay, I don't know how to do this. Can I Google this? Okay, there's an answer. And that's been my my practice for the last three days. I've used this. Three streams. I don't use it outside of this, but 3 streams I played with this. No, you can also, I think, at some point or some way, if I want to delete something just with the one color, there's a possibility to do that too. I just haven't. Yeah, this is not gonna reach all the way to the other side of the hand in that movement. I'm not gonna try it. That's 2 frames. Really care too much of the size underneath here. I'm probably gonna crop that out anyway. Is this like a hobby thing for you, by the way, Oliver, if you're still here? Or is that something you do profession, or you do like make like short movies or stuff you post out or something. You have like a project you've been working on, or everyone should have a side project, I think, like have something to do when they come home. That is not just watching something or getting chores done, or yeah, hobbies are good. I thought to myself, like, as soon as I get like the hair in, it's gonna be feeling like a whole different ball game. Or not the hair in, but the color in. I feel like a whole different ending or a milestone for this little project. That's why I wanted to get this done now, even though that was not on my task list for today. My task list for today was details and hair, but we didn't do the details. We just started doing this instead. A freelancer and a hobbyist. Ooh, fancy. I thought, like, when I started this that, ooh, maybe I'll grab the attention of some more animators or students or people that would like to talk animation, because I said when I worked so long without like, I worked with other artists, I worked a lot with programmers, but it's been a very little amount of people to talk to that does animation. So it's like a lonely life sometimes. But I said recently, I started a new game studio, and with 3 animators on our team right now. So I kind of get sucked into a lot of, like, I don't need to talk about this, but I really want to. Like, what are you guys' take on this and that, or how did you guys solve this and this and that, or do you prefer this or this? I think like when I started, there was not 3 animators. It was just me and another graduate that was there, and she's been working on this project I'm on right now for a few months by herself, and she was so happy another animator had joined in, because she was all by herself in this project where she was in over her head. It's the first project after graduating uni, and whole thing. Really know what to do and how to do stuff. And all that she had done is Google stuff or try stuff out herself. Also, yesterday was the first time ever that I actually gone on Twitch to actually Google, also not Google, but to actually look out people who does this. I did a while ago, but that was more for 3D. I realized a lot of people that are doing their own stuff are always doing the no-nos of the industry. Like, you know, like drawing big boobs or drawing stuff that, if you want to be hired, shouldn't be in your portfolio. Nothing wrong with what they're doing, of course. They get the viewership of it and they like what they're doing, and kudos to them. But it's not what are gonna get you a job, knowing how to draw good tits, big ass. Yeah, here. Still haven't done the other arm, I realize. Already 11. Spent 20 minutes, half an hour on just 3 frames, coloring it in. That's not good at all. I'm not too careful about my lines and making them look good either. Probably should be, but like, if you know, like Ed, Edd and Eddy, how the line art were done there, they kept, I think they kept drawing their lines over and over, making this wobbly effect, and I've really enjoyed that with the art style they had. It's hand drawnness, or the organicness of it. And I think even though they were holding frames, they always redrew them, and they didn't need to, of course, but that gave gave an art style to it that's very well known nowadays. As long as your lines don't look like shit, I mean. And sometimes mine do. Only sometimes. Cleanup is probably the most boring process of the animation. Yes, it is. Post-processing and cleanup and stuff is always the boring part, but a lot of times this is what gets you into the industry too, right? A lot of people that want to get into an animation, like especially 2D animation when it comes to film and stuff, they don't tend to get the job as a character animator, or they don't always get the job as the background asset character or something. There's so many people doing this already. They tend to get the job as an in-betweener, or a inker, or sometimes a colorist. Might be different now, because I know it used to be something like that, and now everyone's doing everything. An animator nowadays in my industry, they used to be okay. You used to be the one that animated, and then you just export an FBX and that's it. And but now you need to do the import as well into the engine, and sometimes you need to do the controls and stuff for it to work. And a lot of times now you are the rigger as well, the technical artist. So much stuff that's getting put into the hands of people that need to know so many professions. That's what I see as well. Like I play like VR quite a bit, and a lot of people ask me, "Can't you just make me an avatar or do this and that?" And then when people comment like, "Why did they charge me? I only wanted this. Why would someone charge more than $100 for a whole avatar?" Like, dude, this guy spent if it's what it is, if it's like made from scratch or something like that, it takes a lot of time to make that, right? And see here, I've spent 5.5 hours today just doing movement of a hair, adding the bangs, and now started coloring, and I only wasn't even halfway in the coloring yet. That's been 5 hours of my day. 5.5 hours actually. Of course, I could do it faster if I could, yeah. If I was a little bit more confident in my line work, definitely. Yeah, same in VFX if you want to work for like big compositing TV series or whatever. Lots of times when you want to get into a job like that, you tend to do rotoscoping, which is more or less just taking a green screen and making it work with the background. Make sure that it's not jittery and so on. And you probably do that for a long while. A lot of studios nowadays using something they call runners. They don't actually hire you. You become like an in-between an intern and a coffee boy, really. Is that? I don't think that's... I'm allowed to say coffee boy. Am I? Coffee person. Like, censor myself a little bit there. Call them runners in the VFX studio, especially in London. They call them runners. A friend of mine, I was a runner for 2 years for a VFX company before he said, "Okay, either you give me a job or I quit." Can't live on intern money the rest of his life. I think he quit in the end. I think he got the position, but I think he did quit in the end. I haven't talked to him in a while. Probably should call him. That's something that you learn as you get older. You forget to keep contact with people that you should have kept contact with. Like, I know people that worked on so many different TV programs or movies or animation, like games or whatever, but I don't keep contact with them. It just feels weird contacting them now. Like, what do you talk about? Hey, can you give me a job? That would be the last thing I would ever do, calling someone I used to know in uni for a job. Unless, of course, I'm going to be the one that said, "Hey, you want a job?" Rotoscoping and is a 2D anime of motion capture. Oh man, is it? Oh yeah, rotoscoping. You literally paint over something else. Yes, yes. Rotoscoping in VFX is a little bit different. I think it's called rotoscoping. It's called something similar to it, which is in VFX would be you painting on the background or literally keying in the green screen of the character, very much like you say of motion capture, drawing on top of something. That's like you're moving this line around something and keep that persistent so you don't get the green screen popping up behind them. bum, 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 bum. It's a shit job, but someone has to do it, right? And that's why I said with animation and rigging, I did it because no one else did it, and that's kind of what got me a job in the end, because they realized, hey, you can do this stuff that no one else wanted to do because they just wanted to do the cool shit, and then in the end you get money for something, but you still can't do the cool shit you really wanted to do. I do some cool shit sometimes. That's not majority of my job. It's not cool shit. Yeah, it's just a job, right? Job is a job. I was talking about the Take On Me music video. Oh yeah, yes. I think rotoscoping can also be, say for example, I did for my GIFs. I think for my my follow alerts and stuff. I'm gonna change them at some point, but I needed something quick and easy. And I thought like people things they already know, so I ended up making alert stuff that's like this, right? But the reference for that is literally the same thing, but it's painted over with something else. That's what I think rotoscoping is. It's painting over something that's already there. I might be wrong. I might be very wrong, because I'm always very terrible with my jargons. Take On Me was it's a great music video though, wasn't it? We're also from Norway, where I grew up. Work on this past midnight today, I know it. Don't want to put my pencil down in the middle of this. I want to at least get done with the coloring. I'm gonna come back to this at some point though and add more details. I'm gonna add fingers, for example. But at the moment I just want to see how it looks like as a pass with the coloring. I have something to show to KitKat, who's this animation going to be sent to, which is her avatar I'm painting now, by the way. She asked me if I knew how to make a GIF after we were talking a little bit animation, because she's also studying animation, but she's not so confident in it yet, I think. Then she wondered how I make a GIF, and I said, you just do this and that, and she ended up on her own making her little GIFs. And we had a little bit of conversation about her GIFs here. This was my iteration of her already set work, just changing the timing a little bit, removing some frames that was not needed. But yeah. Need to switch this, fix this a little bit, but I'm probably gonna crop that out in the end. To avoid obvious problems, it's good to rotoscope your own footage. Yes, definitely. I used to do a lot of that. I used to do references, I used to do post-to-post a lot, just to get everything timed properly. Now that I've been working on a lot of stuff for a long time, I feel like I don't really need that much of it anymore. I've done so many walk cycles, I kind of know what a walk cycle look like. I've done so many movements. I kind of know the physical aspect or the anatomically correct rotation of the arm and so on, because I've done it so many times. So I as I said, you talked about animation survival kit. I still use it as a reference when I need to, but I'm needing it less and less as I'm getting more comfortable with it. I've looked it up so many times in the end that in the end you kind of know what you have there. You have an idea. You know how a wing flap works. You know how swinging a sword works. You know how a jump works. Where the process of it. But then again, also it's very important to keep a reference. If there's like an expression I want, I'll keep a reference of that expression. I have references in front of me right now. I have a wave right here. I have another wave over here. I have my characters here for reference for how they look. It's on the other screen only, that's the difference. Always keep a reference if you're unsure about something. And if something looks wrong, find a reference and find out why. Why is it wrong? Like here, I don't need this. Something I fix obvious. Or like fix later. Next frame, 5. Almost halfway. Into P for like an hour now. But I'm using that that excuse on. It's a way to push me off my computer. I need to pee, so you should get done soon. So it kind of pushes me forward to... Oh, I didn't even see that. My hand was in the way. Like, how do you do your references? Do you film yourself, or do you keep like a reference folder, or do you have like a place you tend to go to for references? Like, I Pinterest everything. That's the thing I learned from my days in... I did a second degree. I did animation for 4 years and got my master's in it. But I also did 3 years of graphic design. I did graphic design back in college too. And my references very much my references are very much like based in Pinterest nowadays. Like, I watch other artists, I save them to Pinterest. I have a folder just for anatomy, I have a folder just for rigging, I have a folder just for 3D models and topology. I have one for doodles, I have one for posters. So easy to keep references nowadays. Then I have all my books. Like, I have I don't have them here, but I have them at work. At some point it's going to come home with me, but like posing and facial expressions. I have a book about facial expressions that I use for my phononyms, I think it's called, phononyms. Like the expressions of your face when you're talking. Yeah. I have some anatomy books here. Like, I have my Bridgman collection. Very good series. I love his takes on simplicity in shapes. And I'm very, very impressed that he was able to do all these drawings as a teacher on like this 5-meter long pole with a charcoal on the end. Or charcoal or whatever he was using, I can't remember now. Very, very good stuff. Sometimes you see a reference, sometimes I don't. Exactly, like in the end you kind of know how the body would naturally move in a certain position. But sometimes, especially as a student, you need to use your references to gain that knowledge of how it will work. Not guess how it will work. You know your body moves because of this. Like if you twist your hip this way, this thing will follow, right? If your hair lushes to one side, gravity will pull it to the other side. If that doesn't look right, you need to find out why. Is it because of timing? Is it because your principles are not working? And then if you double check your principles afterwards and that still doesn't leave an answer, you need to refresh your references. I do know that it all is studio based. I know DreamWorks really love having their animators act out the scene, but not all animators are actors and not all actors are animators, right? Know how the pose will be, but it's a good thing to learn. I know a lot of animators or people who do 3D and stuff take acting classes. Like I tend to, more than I used to when I was a student, base my reference in the principles rather than the reference itself, because you don't want, naturally you don't want to have a animation that is completely rotoscoped either, because that looks wrong. It looks like you taken your character and you made it 3D. It looks like you just took a real image and traced over it. That's what you can call over animating anything, right? And I tend to very much like be against over animating. I kind of want to keep it as comedic or exaggerated or loose as possible to give the expression of, not expression, but like the thought of what it's doing. I'll leave some of the imagination to the viewer, right? You see that especially with like the new Disney movie, the what was it called again? And no, it's not Enchanted. It's something similar. And Encanto, I think it is. That they left so much stuff in there for the viewer to see later. So it's more little Easter eggs, like how the clothing fits their powers, and how the small characters are doing stuff in the background, and people are taking into consideration, or taking a nitpicking the small stuff and thinking, oh, this is a reason. I know I talked to this is years ago. I talked at an expo or a festival, an animation festival. I talked to one of the guys that was doing the animation. Oh, the not lead animator. It was like the lead animator supervisor or something like that. The guy over everyone else, more or less. How he did Frozen, and one of the questions that someone asked him was, a lot of people asked later, oh, was the guy that was running the winter shop, was he, did he not have a wife, for example? And everyone like jumped on that, oh, it was very, very different from Disney to hide that thing, right? And Disney just rode with it. But what he said is that they just told us to put a lot of people inside of a like a sauna, We didn't think about if it was all of his family or not, which is a lot of people in the sauna. And people took that out of proportion. So something like that, some stuff like that I do prefer. I do like that, like leave a little bit of magic to the viewer. Don't want to tell them everything, right? I think I heard somewhere that the on the internet that the animating is like acting in slow motion. That is, I don't know if I agree with that actually. Cause with a Z. Animation is not acting. It's knowing the reason behind the acting. Like if you think someone that is doing like it's an actor, like a movie actor, all he needs to do, he needs to think, I need to be sad right here. I need to be sad and look sad. And his body instinctively have an idea of what sad should look like. And he works off that, right? While an animator needs to also look on the inside. Why is his thought process, why is his eye going in one direction, micromanaging all of this, his decision? He needs to know, why is the hair falling this way? Well, why is the arm exaggerating this way? Or why is his emotion this way? It's very much on the acting under the microscope and knowing why stuff is happening, right? If you're picking up something heavy, you need to act that it's heavy, but you also need to know why you're moving in this certain way because it's heavy. Pantomiming is a very good example of an acting skill that animators could enjoy learning or take advantage of learning. Also with animation you are able to dissect your stuff afterwards. While as an actor, a movie actor, you would do it once and then it's done, and then you can do a few more takes and that's all you can do with it, right? While an animator, you can go back and do so many different versions of it. Of you need to twist your hip a little bit to the right, to move just the right way here, just to make it look good on screen. I do. Good questions though, yeah, it's very good questions. Also, it's something I often tell people. I might be wrong in telling people this, but never look at rules as like the exact outcome. Even though you need the principles to know why stuff is happening, you also need to know why you should not do it that way sometimes, just to add effect to it. Like, why would you animate something that looks exactly real, for example? When you should possibly look more into what would make this more appealing. A little bit of thought here. on my own thoughts for a second. I'm thinking, should I leave it on that side or should I not leave it on that side? Should I come back here and... Something is definitely wrong with this curve. Hey Kit Kat, I didn't know you were streaming. How you doing? Hi Frederick, how you doing? Did you come from Kit Kat stream? Welcome to a very late stream. I should be in bed. By the way, Kit Kat, look at this. Doing a little bit of coloring right now. It's not done yet. It's not going to be done with that coloring. I'm going to add some detail later. I just want to see how it looks with color. I fixed up the hair today so it doesn't look like too bad, too out on the side. Added the bangs, added some changes here and there. What were you streaming? Were you doing an art stream today, or were you continuing your Life is Strange playthrough? By the way, Oliver, do you use drawing tablets like it's pen display, or do you use like a regular standard tablet when you're drawing? I'm not gonna say do you use like your mouse and keyboard. Now, do you prefer like a pen display, or do you prefer the old Intuos or whatever? By the way, this is Kit Kat's avatar. Katie. It's Katie, right? I have to double think there for a second. You're just drawing that. Playing a romance game. Ooh, very good timing right before Keda. Yeah, Keda, what it? Not Katie, but Keda. Yeah, that's a good timing though, right before Valentine and all that, right? What game was it? Let's do a shout out for Kit Kat. Sucker for Love. Ooh, dating simulator, eh? Love sucker. Weird thing to ask me to approve. I took this point where in streaming, when streaming, like when they ask me, "Oh, do you want like profanity filters?" Like, give me everything, and I'll go through it as it comes along. But so many times, I'm very certain I've approved it before, and then it comes back saying, "You want to approve that?" I'm realizing very much now that this background music I'm having is it's my ending stream song as well. I'd use a standard drawing tablet. That's what I started on as well, actually. I got myself a Cintiq Pro 13-inch years ago because I wanted to draw more and I wanted to have something good to draw with, and I had the money laying around, and then suddenly I had 3 of them because Amazon sent me the wrong amount, and now I have one at work, and I now have one at home, and then I have one that's it's more or less been sent from artist to artist in our office. I'm very much understanding that if you're gonna get one though, do not get the 13-inch. It's too small. I'm literally drawing on a the size of a postcard right now, which I find is too small, and I can't get my nice lines. I can only barely move my wrist, and I'm from one side to the other on the screen. but I would never ever, because I did that problem when I got myself an Intuos drawing tablet even longer, almost 10 years ago. I got myself an Intuos I think it was an Intuos 5, Intuos Pro 5 or whatever, drawing tablet from Wacom or Wacom, whatever you pronounce it. And I got the A4 model when I should have gone for the A3, no, not A3, but the A5. And I was contemplating, like, oh, should I go all out again and just go for the A3? And man, that thing took up so much space on my desk. And that's why I ended up thinking, oh yeah, I'm gonna have the same problem with the Cintiq, so that's why I got the 13 inch instead of 16 inch. And just got touch sensitivity instead of just a 16 without. And man, I wish I would have gone bigger. I'm contemplating now, at some point I need to save myself up and get a bigger tablet, but I know for a fact that the 32 is way too big for me. I do like drawing on a drawing tablet though. I have no issue with it. I just thought maybe I'll enjoy this a little bit more. I did for a while use the Cintiq at school, and I thought, oh man, I had a friend of mine that had like the 32 as well, and it's like, that's so much money. But she was a concept artist and she did that for her work, so that very much covers why you should use it. As I say with everything, if you don't earn money on it, don't buy it. Don't spend a lot of money on stuff you won't earn money on. And for me, even though I don't use it to earn money on, I use it on at work, the same tablet but a different tablet, or drawing like screen tablet. And even though I don't use it for my day-to-day work, it's a monitor if I don't need to use it. By all means, it's my fourth monitor. Often I put my Twitch on. Usually when I'm at home, I'll put my Twitch chat on it, or right now I'm actually drawing on it. Probably not worth all the money, but I'm very much enjoying having one. So I'm more of a hand, like, I doodled a lot 8 years ago. Not 8 years ago, but 8 years ago. I still do a little bit. It had monsters. Ooh. No, fuck, has been written so many times, you won't be deleted for that. I also have a Wacom, but I'm not really that proficient with that one. It's a learning thing. It's the eye, like the it's the eye to hand coordination that you need to practice. And at certain points, even with the pen display, you learn to use it. Pen display is not all that. It will help you a little bit, but there's a lot of stuff that you have to like get over, like delay, for example. A lot of these have like a latency delay that you can't really fix. It's just how it is. There's a few advantages of using standard drawing tablet, but they're definitely ergonomically, yes, because you see me, I'm leaning forward. I'm gonna have a hunchback when I'm an old man. Well, older man. Not that old. Still. The 30s now. Then again, when I first started out, they cost so much money. I remember a friend of mine had a, it's not even 10, I think it was like 10-inch Wacom Cintiq back in the day, when it, like, this is like 2010. And this was when like the original Cintiqs came out around that time. Why don't I have something to prop it up with? I use this when I'm, it's like a tablet display. I use this when I'm not drawing on it. But it's just because it's taken up so much space. If I'm propping it up, it's gonna be in front of my TV. And also I do prefer, because it's like that you're drawing onto a like a paper kind of thing. Also, I'm not leaning all the way over as I should. I'm very much looking down. So I do have like a somewhat good coordination, but it's not good for me. It's not good in the long run. But then again, I am very much a unhealthy man to begin with. Plus, if I would like a full screen tablet, I would just do whatever the fuck I wanted with it. No drawing, etc. We like my colleagues use my tablet a lot at work because they need signatures, electronic signatures. So they use that to draw their signature and then save that to their Adobe account. There you go. But then again, I can also use the Cintiq as a normal tablet. I can click on a button up on the top here that after a short while it will turn into a... will turn the screen off and then it will work as a tablet on a different screen. So if I do really want to, I can. That's a waste of money, innit? But it's like if I've drawn so much, I can stretch up. Destination postur. Posture, you mean? I realize I've drawn lines that I forgot to fill in. Halfway there, and I'm gonna be open till like 1 AM today. Probably more than that if I'm gonna get this done. My Firefox has some difficulty understanding what language I'm writing. Remember when I was using not text to speech, but I was using a closed caption app for this, and man, did I come up with all types of wrong. I think it would understand the Scottish version more than it would understand me sometimes, just because my mumbling is so bad. How you guys' day been, by the way? It's for me, I've been relaxing all day. I've been in bed until like 3 AM or something. Or PM, sorry. I went to bed very late yesterday after I played Yakuza. Ended up watching some people stream till late. Enjoyed the company there, and looking forward to today's stream. You should see some of the autograph and lyrics that YouTube has made for sea shanties. Oh man, the longest John who has 2 full videos sing about AI caption lyrics. Oh man, like have you seen the Frozen Let It Go versions when they switch it between languages and coming back again? There he is. Changing the subject a bit, have you heard about voice cloning? and 15.ai. I have not actually. What's that? But that's just more lost in translation than AI auto caption. Voice cloning is accurate; they can mimic your voice almost. Oh, okay, so it's like a deep fake just for voice. That's interesting. Those are kids gonna call their principal saying, "Oh, I can't. My son can't come in. I, mom, write that my son can't come in today." This is Mrs. Mom calling for Jacob because Jacob don't want to go to school today. He has the I don't wanna. Hard case of the I don't wanna. We used to say this back in my country. We used to call having pain in you don't wanna. If you have pain in you don't wanna, you can't do it. Vondt i villiken. We called it Vondt i villiken. Sounds weird. Like a Harry Potter spell, really. Vondt i villiken. I'm just realizing. That's weird. But yeah, it's a case of acute pain and you don't wanna. I used to call it like you have. I used to say that because we used to work at this LAN party and you had a lot of like teenagers there that more or less just didn't really want to work that hard. Just wanted to chill out, and then like, oh yeah, I've been working for like an hour and now they want to don't work no more. They just want to play or have fun or hang out and be social with the other people there because they haven't seen them in a while, right? And we used to call that they're having like the butt hurts. I can't sit down. I can't work because my butt hurts, right? And using for fixing small iron of speeches and things like that can't or won't and be redone. It used to mimic but it can be used to mimic entire sentences, but you need to provide with multiple samples to work properly. Oh yeah, so they're literally making like a text to speech kind of thing, right? I think they did something like that with the actor who did Mr. Potato Head in Toy Story, because he passed away before the latest Toy Story came out, and they used his voice. They found out they could they had enough clips laying around that they could fill in his whole text or his whole manuscript with words that they have recorded him do before. This is very similar to that, isn't it? If we'll give you more text to read, I will give you a text to read and submit it into the program, and then will be mimicked by the program. I see. Like the sly folks jumped over the door or whatever. It's more or less just repetition. That's all I'm doing right now. I'm just filling in the spots I need to fill in. Almost midnight. And at least I'm over halfway, right? 15.ai sites have cloned voices for fictional characters such as GLaDOS. Oh, I thought GLaDOS was actual a voice actor. Twilight Sparkle, I don't know who that is. SpongeBob and many others. Ooh, that's cool. I know if you remember Wall-E, the sound artist there, he was the guy who used to work on the soundscape for Star Wars. And he created, you know, the rotor, or what's it called, like the wheel guy. The guy that, the robot that does steer the ship in the spaceship that everyone is living in. He's made entirely on sounds. They made a software that you could just write letters into, and he was able to make sounds that sounds like the words. He was like a complete AI voice. I just found that very interesting. By the way, KitKat, do you tend to rotate your canvas a lot when you draw? I find that I do that very rarely. I do that sometimes when I'm not physically able to move my monitor or move my hand around. I more or less prefer just rotating my hand around sometimes. Get my line, I mean. That's a question for the other guys who tend to draw as well, but not exclusively for KitKat. Yeah. Realized I was on the wrong color. Seems the AI I was talking about seems to be part of a program called Descript. Interesting. Not 15 thing. Are you talking about something else? I'm not gonna twist my ear like I did in the sketch, by the way. I'm gonna keep it a little bit like keep its velocity a little bit. I don't want it as floopy as it was. Go. I want to understand a few things. Oh, you put the link in. Yeah, no linkies, please. I've removed that because we used to have the darn follow bots around, and then I just put those back in. Yeah, I think linking clips should work. That's about the only thing I want to work. When I fill in the bucket, I seem like I can't actually paint them away after I fill with the bucket. It's weird. Use a fill tool, I mean. It was not except for full master sweep. Either way, the 15 AI sounds robotic. You can clearly tell it's an AI. Yes, I bet you could. If you could like do a proper deepfake of someone, that could be very interesting. But it clearly would not be perceived as like you can use this to fake someone's actual voice properly, I guess. There's probably some tools to be able to do something like that, but not unless you're literally using someone else's voice recording, I guess. Or more. Let's see if you can do this before 1 o'clock at least. Still need to pee. It's gonna be cropped out anyway, so that's fine. True can mimic your voice and fool you whilst 15 AI you can tell. Okay, that's different then. I guess it would be a nice thing to use for like old speeches, as you mentioned before. Like, say for example, you want to listen to like an old recording of, for example, Roosevelt's speech, for example, or speech of like Nelson Mandela, or speech of Martin Luther King or someone. You want to like clean it up a little bit. It could be something you could do. Or use, I mean. Have a sip of drink. Yes. I'm just imagining like kids using it to call their principal or the school to tell, "Oh, you were using it to get out of work because you're trying to sound like a different person, like a doctor or something." You guys like me doing these like animation things, just hanging out, watching me draw, or just listen to the music with me, or have me in a background or something? Let me know, and I'll see if I can probably put this into like a separate thing I do, rather than all my like typical Let's Play streams or casual like gaming streams or something. Because it's a nice thing to do when I'm, instead of doing like a just chatting, because I'm very bad at those, and using these as a excuse to just hang out, and also it's a way for me to like actually do portfolio work or whatever, or even like say for what I'm doing right now, just making a GIF for say a sound alert or something. So I have some stuff I need to do. I need at some point be able to finish my emotes, or some animated emotes and so on. Sometimes people don't notice it's 15.ai. I saw a few comments of people saying they could not tell at first it was 15.ai. That's all about the people who listen, I guess. Always, not everyone has the same hearing capacity either when it comes to differentiating small changes to voices. Because I really want to do like something, say like something a little bit simpler than this. Because this is a full colored, detailed animation, even though it's just a wave. It's still a lot of details in this. But doing something like just a rough sketch of something, animating like a dog walking or a Windlancer or Diva farting, I don't know. Something would be like interesting to do, just like keep Don't know why I left this so. Like this here so open. It's a YouTube video that uses 15.ai voice for a character. Oh, that's interesting. Actually, I did watch something here the other day, on Friday. Someone using a text-to-speech that sounded very much like one of the ponies from My Little Pony. They made him say like some very disturbing things. I'm gonna tell you that. But that might be the same thing actually. It's like same software or whatever that made that. Because that sounded very, very like believable. Because they were able to like change the pitch and the aggression of the voice and stuff. That was interesting. Must be. Because unless you take the sound into like a sound engine software or whatever, sound editing software, you wouldn't be able to do the same things. Like increasing pitch is one thing, but increasing because the character actually got angrier as he spoke, we're able to mimic that, and that was interesting. Like I had no idea how they were doing that, and it was like very. You would thought like someone actually recorded that or just had it vocalized afterwards to sound like someone else. That makes sense. They said it was text to speech the whole thing. So interesting. This is also something that what I'm doing now is something that I prefer doing on a Cintiq rather than a pen. It's like tracing lines. It's easier to trace lines as you can see them, I find, instead of like guesstimating where your nib is. Let's see. Color, there we go. Change the music. I think we've heard through the whole playlist a couple times now. That too. Go. You can set the emotional voice intercom to the input. Wow, fancy. I guess that's gonna be interesting for like say the VTuber community to get into, if they want to make a full persona, the VTuber per se, but like a voice character or something like that. You don't necessarily need to have a cast anymore. You can have a whole, like if you're making a short movie or a YouTube film, you don't need to, like, you know, like people using like text to speech for for just videos, and it sounds terrible, but they are there for the comedic effect just because it's terrible. But if you want to be like actual serious about it, having something that works that well could be like interesting. Or imagine, for example, you know, like these people on YouTube that do text to speech, but for say they're reading Reddit out loud, and that's a whole channel. I personally hate listening to Microsoft Sam or whatever, whoever it is, reading those things. I want like a person to read them for me if I'm watching those, because I can't sit still and listen to Microsoft Sam or Microsoft Samantha, whatever they are. Just annoying. If you could like listen to like someone that sounds somewhat more real. It's like the sound I'm using for my, not my text, but for my alerts and so on. I like that because it doesn't necessarily sound like it sounds like a robot still, but it doesn't necessarily sound too much like a robot. It sounds like it has a little bit of personality to it. Very much enjoying that. Am I losing my shape here? So. Oh, look at that. That's mint. 2 more frames and I can go to bed. Well, I'm off for bed for tonight. Have a good one, lad. You too, and thanks for stopping by, Frederick. Always nice to see you around. Probably gonna do more on this on Tuesday, I think. Like last time, I'm gonna have almost streamed every day this. I think I've streamed almost every day this week, except from Friday. There you go. Can't wait to see how this looks without the colors or the rough sketches underneath. Also can't wait until I can actually go to the bathroom after I'm done with this. I've been holding it in for 1.5 hours soon. Go to the toilet, but so this is my reward for getting done for today. I'm not gonna pee myself, but it's I know I need to at some point. Is that weird of me? Why you torture yourself, Oak, to sit drawing when you need to pee? I want to. Go to the toilet. I don't need to yet. I need to finish my drawing. But Oak, you should have been in bed 2 hours ago. I'm still drawing. It's nice and curved. These, Oliver, he's still here. What kind of stuff is your favorite stuff to animate, if I may ask? Or draw, per se. What's your favorite thing to draw? If you could choose that instead of animating. I think what I very much enjoy watching people, at least not draw them, but like the end result of, it's hands. There's so many gestures you can do with hands that makes them look so interesting. Weird thing. That's gonna be pretty too. You draw anime girls. Nice. I had to learn myself how to draw anime. I found it hard a little bit because I drew my oak character. Give me 1 second. I'll see if I can find an image somewhere. I think I have it here. I had this. I think I did it on Discord stream, and I drew my avatar, the one I'm using for my logo, and I just do rough sketches on it. This is just me pencil sketching in Photoshop, really, to try to learn anime. And it's I found it hard. I found it hard to get into the anime style of it. It's different. But I'm not a drawer. If you call me anything, I'm more of a puppeteer than a drawing animation. Like, that's what 3D really is. It's just digital puppeteering. Also have this hard time finalizing anything I do. I don't know if there's other people had that issue, but I have a hard time. I know the process of how to make it done. It's just at some point I just ruin the drawing I do by overdoing it, or somewhere in the process. I like rough sketches. I like doodles. I like pencil sketches. And creating something final is too final to me sometimes. Something I need to work on. This isn't good in between because it's flat colored. It's a bit rough. Has nice curves. Currently, before I do anything of the arms, I'm just gonna keep it like this and keep it mittened up. But think if I would do something on my own, this is something I'm making for KitKat that was rating us earlier. I probably would have more or less just done a rough sketch and that's it. A rough pass. I think the animation term for this, the rough pass. So I like seeing, say like the background. I like these pencil sketches you have. I like them. They look nice. I like having them underneath the drawing because it shows that it was created. It was alive at some point, and then you ruin it by making it too real. Am I crazy for thinking like that? I think maybe. Why be normal when you could be abnormal, right? Good shout to save, I guess. Like, I don't have any. I probably have issues with anatomy. I probably have a lot of things I should be better at, but it's not really my biggest concern. Sometimes it's more just getting the hours in to get used to it with drawing, because that's one thing I never really give myself time to, is drawing. I used to at some point. I used to like drawing, but I've always been too much busy with other stuff than actually sit down and draw. I mean, I don't draw only anime, I'll say, but I draw more than often than not. Well, if it's your preferred style, dude, I don't mind it. Do you, boo, right? If I do anything, I tend to do doodling. Like, I have this character I tend to draw sometimes, and I've been stuck. This character's been stuck in my brain for so long, and it's like if you ever saw the Sutroll from, like, one thing I always do. I used to draw this thing here, and the character I always tend to draw when I'm drawing something. I also have, like, stuff like that is stuff I do. Like, I make a weird little character here. Not best representation, but this has been a character I have, like, stuck in my head for ages. A guy with, like, mushrooms on his head and a belly button. He's doing this weird dance. The guy I tend to draw all over the place. But I think if I draw anything, I tend to just sketch. Oh, that's something I forgot. One more frame, one more frame. Go to bed, go to bed. A stretch would be nice. I need to stand up for a second. I need to stand up for a second because my tailbone is killing me. Oh, just at least. Whee. Thank you for that. That felt good. Oh, that felt good, and suddenly I just felt lightheaded for a second or so. Let's see. It feels like I'm drawing a tail when I'm drawing these pigtails. Oh, pigtail tail, same thing, innit? Oh, I should draw the arm first, definitely. I clicked something there. I think I clicked Q or W. I don't know what that does, but it seemed to bring another frame in to the frame I'm in. That makes sense? I've drawn a different frame and suddenly that pops in. So if I press Q, another frame, I think it's the frame before pops in. It takes over. The frame I have, I mean. Useful for mouth shapes. I suppose so, yeah, if you want to keep them. And you can just copy something in. Like, I guess if you go to a new frame, and you just want to copy in your previous frame, you can just press that. I guess you could use that, I guess. It's Q and the letter N that I think I would have switched out the key binding for. Because I press B so much because I go between the shape tool, the also like other tools, eraser and like brushes, and I end up pressing N, which takes me back to the canvas, which I probably would have switched to like Shift N or something like that, like press another key as well, so I don't like do it by mistake. But other than that, I don't really find, I don't find it I don't find it to be the software at all to be problematic. The key bindings make sense, and I really like having 2 key bindings for the brush. In 4 key bindings actually, but you have a different key binding for minimum size and maximum size, which which means that you can create a thicker brush, or you can create it to have a finer edge if you using your pen sensitivity, I mean. And boop. I haven't gotten to the point of actually testing out this for lip sync or anything. That could be an interesting task. Actually acting out a full stage of a sound clip with just rough sketching. That could be like a fun 2-stream thing, or a fun like 6-hour thing if I try to speed it up. Definitely not enough of that in my portfolio, because in games animation don't really tend to do that much acting or facial lip sync. If you do anything, that tends to be either sorted out by something else, or not have it, especially if you have like indie games. It's just a cut in the budget, really, if you want that. This music sounds like Motherload? Motherload? No. The one with the NES character. The NES from Super Smash. Like the spacey tune they have for the city music. Earthbound, yes. Why was I thinking Mother? Definitely Earthbound. Kind of has that like vibe to it, doesn't it? Where? Here? This, on the other hand, sounds like Stardew Valley. It's not though, but it does feel like it. Mother 2 is in the Japanese name. Oh, that's probably why I was thinking of it. But I don't know why, because I never actually played the Japanese game. Maybe I just remember someone mentioning it as Mother 2 or something like that. What happened with Mother 1? Maybe it was Mother 1. Mother 1 a thing. Mother, why hast thou forsaken me? I don't have a quick way of zooming in again. I know I can do like Z something something. But Till I learn the keybinds or getting more confident in it, I'm just gonna click on stuff like an old man. I thought I'd be using so many layers on this. Now, go through here. With the parts we don't need. We're gonna do a snippet of it. Just for cleanliness sake. And here's our let's see, can I get my, this is what we started with. Stop looping that and moving out. Full screen that, I wasn't meant to do that. Let's see. This is what we ended up with today, and this is what we started out with today. A third band 0. Anyway, I'm gonna put my pen down, and that's what we're gonna call quits for today. I'm gonna do an export as soon as I end stream. Ooh, I need to pee. I really need to pee. So I'm just gonna run and do that. But yeah, we are working on this Kada. I think it's Kada is the avatar, and this is the avatar once again that we are working on. This is Kit Kat's creation. This is gonna be her follow and subscribe emote or alert. And we have started now with more or less just the base shape, the base colors. We're gonna start next time, and that's going to be on Tuesday. We're gonna add in details like the mouth, the nose, the eyebrows. We're gonna bring back the front again. We have the hidden behind here already, and then we're gonna add that choker that we have missed, and end up just making some simple fingers. That's gonna be easy enough. And then we can probably call it quits. I think next time it's going to be a shorter stream than this, definitely. But I think we're going to be able to finish it within a few more hours. So I thank you again so very much for watching. It's no one online, so I'm just going to end it for today. So yeah, thank you so much for watching. If you do want to join around, I will be back again tomorrow, grinding some more Yakuza. So that's gonna be that. Yeah, I'm more or less been streaming every day now and can't really say everything else. So Tuesday we're gonna come back to this. Thank you so much for watching, and thank you so much for Oliver to hang out with us and ask me all these great questions for animation and help me out with the software wherever I'm stuck. Bye for now. Become #1. You need to eliminate the current number one. It's simple, we kill Mario. Oh, dude. To tell the truth, I'm actually a virgin. The music. Why the music? Oh, you know what? I learned something today. Guys. Always cover your noodle before you go out in the streets, or else you'll get arrested. Because it's nasty and no one will want to see your soggy biscuits. Especially this guy. One sec. Aim your guns away from me. That was quick. Teamwork, alright.
There's a Carno right here.
You see him?
Kill him.
You see him?
He's in the bushes. You see him? Run or kill. You gonna kill him?
We'll kill. He's a big dude too. He's a stage max, I think. Attack!
I'm dead!
Are you dead? How did you die?
No! I don't know.
Did I hit you too?
Oh, you hit me. You son of a...
Oh no, what did I do? Look, we got American bleach. It's American
American
Kool-Aid.
Mana. Mana. Listen to me, right?
Oh, you took your fucking leg off! You shot his leg straight off! Look at that! That's nasty! You just shot his leg right off!
Mana. Yeah. I'm playing way too much Fallout. Like, I literally went to the fucking.
God, that the moon is big. Take that, moon. Oh shit! What did I do?
There, you activated the moon special ability. I told you don't shoot the moon.
Hi, Diva. Hope you're having a good holiday. How you doing? Say hello, Diva. Mwah.
Okay.
Oh.
Hello there.
Hello.
Greetings.
I thought I stabbed you.
Left, right window. Stop. Ah, what the fuck?
I lost. I don't have an eggplant anymore.
Come on, you fucking.
I don't have an eggplant anymore. I'm scared.
He's coming up to you. Hold on. Stupid fucking thing.
One looks like.
You yell at that piece of whatever it is.
You dropped your eggplant.
He's always dropping his eggplant. Leave the man alone with his eggplant.
You want your eggplant back?
Sometimes a man and his eggplant.
I need a little bit more rope. Push it. Get underneath it. Think we'll be able to do this? We'll probably capsize doing that.
There we go. Pushes past that rock. We should make it past.
No, that's... Ooh!
Whoa, 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 whoa! That'll do it.
That'll do it.
Oh, boat chill. There we go.
Did we just rocket launch from that?
I think
Even the
we did,
pirate, like,
pretty
even the
good.
skeletons come to see what the hell's going on.
Oh fuck.